welcome to episode 149 of the Our School live streams. I'll be your host today. So we're about to check out a lot of cool art, and I'm excited, like every week. So episode 149. Man, we're reaching the 3-year mark pretty soon. Only a couple more weeks. How many more? No way to know. But it's getting there. It's getting up there. Let's take a look at what we have on the menu today. So I'll be doing the introduction at the same time. So boom. Did I save this? Make sure. Save. Yes. Alright. So the Our School live streams. What are they about? So real quick also, I'll be going through these. So these are the entries for this week. So Our School live streams are weekly live streams that students in my art school program can attend every single week. And if you want to know more about this, obviously you guys here know all about that. But if you're watching a little bit later on YouTube, in a few months from now when I get to posting these, and you're wondering, how do I get my art reviewed like this for an entire year every week? What? You can find more information about the program down in the description below. But yeah, students on the program can come every week. There's no restrictions in terms of the like skill level that you need or anything like that. It's open to absolutely everybody, and understandably so. You have people that are just starting the program that have just joined, and others that have been coming for years. So we have a pretty, broad range of skills in here, and it's all welcome. I say this pretty often, almost every time. But the stuff at the beginning of the program, it's the most important. It's all fundamentals, so I always welcome those types of assignments. And so what you can submit, of course, assignments from the program, personal art, as long as the feedback kind of relates to what we see in the classes. And if you don't have any of those two, and you still want to submit something, just submit a question. There you go. And these, it's not a record day today. We have a good amount, but the streams have been going for have been lasting around 7-ish hours recently. Some more, some less. So expect something in that ballpark. So make sure that you're sitting down comfortably. If you plan to attend the whole thing, you don't need to. You don't have to get your art reviewed. You don't even need to attend. You can always submit and watch the replay later, whenever it works best. But here we're live pretty much all day on Saturday. So there we go. You can swim by whenever you want, and of course I'll always appreciate the company. It makes this way more fun, and get to know my dear students a little better. Not that long yet. I remember what was it? Just a few months ago, I was freaking out because they were a little over 3 hours. I'm like, I'm never gonna be able to do this. But now, comfortably going through 7-hour streams, so I didn't have anything to fear after all. I can do this. Let's see what Kaylee has got going on here. So, what's up, Kaylee? I did have a good week. Hope you as well. I've been practicing the nose and mouth as well as their placement on the face. Placing the nose and mouth on the face was actually a bit harder than I thought it would be. The exercise I did look like something is off. Also, in case that's not clear already, I suck at English, and so you'll see me fumble over my words all the time. That's a normal occurrence. So don't be panicked. It will keep on happening. Where was I? Yeah. So could you please have a look at that? For most of the stuff that I made this week, I was not able to finish the final render. I'm having an insane busy work schedule. See what I mean? Busy work schedule these weeks, so I just don't get as much done as I would want. Any critique on this week's work will be highly appreciated. Excellent. Let's check it. Placing the nose and the mouth. Very nice, very nice. Deconstructing the nose here. Yeah, these look great. These two. Very nice. Ooh. Oh, that could pass for could pass as a photo. Very nice study, this one. So then let's take a look at these here. So the front one here, you know, no problem. That looks great. The only issue, yeah, will be more of these like slightly, you know, angled profile shots. And maybe it would help to just simplify it even more, you know, like maybe your construction here is a little just too much stuff. So I mean, this is a great kind of goal to aim towards, but maybe it would be easier to just start with something more basic, you know, so that maybe it's easier to draw in perspective. Because that's mostly the issue here. So you have, you know, like nice shapes like that follows the face very, very nicely. Although, you might not want to do that, you know, because the side of the face, let's say like simplified face, let's say that's that, mouth, eyes, and the nose here, you know, if it were flat on the face, then yes, that would be like a continuous line like this, like you have here. This here kind of matching the line there, but of course the nose sticks out a little bit more, right? So the slope kind of changes angle. So here you'd probably expect to have a little bit more of an angle. So on the face like this, yeah, I would treat it just like a box, maybe. So a box that's a little, yeah, even if it's not like, it doesn't match 100% the nose shape, just like a good old box, plopped right there onto the face. And that's long enough so that the nose sticks out enough. Like I would start with that always first, and maybe you do. So I can't see the whole construction here, the whole process. So maybe you do start this way, and if so, that's good. But we want to make sure that this is correct first. You know, that you kind of have this shape like this. That it really reads as a box in 3D. You can also add a little bit of shading on the base here. And of course here, probably want to adjust that, but so that it follows the face. But maybe something a little more simple like that might work better, because the main issue here is that we wouldn't see that nostril as much, almost not at all, and we wouldn't see this side. I mean, it's not finished already, I know, but we wouldn't see this side of the nose, right? So right now you can see it right here. I wish I had like a pen I could draw here, but then the second I turn a little bit, like you can't see that side of the nose at all anymore. So that would just be one thing here. Just remove that part completely. Maybe that nostril, we'll see a little bit of it here, but probably not a whole lot. Oops. Completely butchered your nose. So yeah, that bottom side here, just more prominent, some more of it, and then have that stick out a little extra, so that you can have that change in slope here. Forehead towards the eye socket, and then out again. Beautiful, beautiful painting of the nose here. Sorry for destroying it. Getting there. Alright, and then yeah, that nostril here, we might be able to see just a peak of it, but not much. more than that from this particular angle. Probably not a whole lot actually. Not my best painting, but yeah. That's mostly the issue, because you understand the shape here in, you know, in simpler angles, so that's good. But it's just like these more difficult angles. Like, he did it a lot better here, I would say. You know, the angle changes a lot more. Here doesn't follow the same slope of as the face. It's just, again, like this nostril here probably a little too visible. You wouldn't see that much. We would see like the tip here, the what's the word? The alar cartilage, because that's seen from the front. You know, it goes a little lower than the nostrils themselves. For most noses, that's a generalization. Sometimes that's not the case, but yeah. So seen from an angle here, like some of that would kind of obstruct the view to this nostril here. So like if we're looking this way, and that's our angle, like we wouldn't see the nostril at all because of that little bumpy bump here on the underside of the nose. So just something to keep in mind. But very nice studies. Otherwise, these are great. From the house, Kaylee. Moving on to Indra here. What's up, Indra? So here's an elk polar bear creature I'm working on right now. I still need to figure out its size, color, skin, fur, habitat, and all that fun stuff. I gave him 2 pairs of strong forelegs to support the weight of the big antlers. Does his hind legs work in your opinion? I'm still unsure how his walk cycle would look like. The design of him is not finished. Any feedback on this is highly appreciated. Right on. Terril with latch. No idea what that is. Terril. Is it an object? Is it a person? Is it a brand? Oh, she's an American illustrator. There. That makes more sense. Of course, I knew that. Oh yeah, she's good. Oh, that's cool. Oh, did she do that? Oh, very nice. I know who that is then. Silly me. I just didn't know her name. Alright. Stop yelling, Indra. I was just joking. Of course I knew. Well, that is surely an interesting hybrid. Well, I'll give the same feedback that I gave. Who was it? Maria? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, with the deer rabbit creature from last week. I think we're gonna see it a little bit later today also. But so when you have not that this is necessarily a bad thing. It's just it makes it look less believable. You know, when you have like 2 different types of legs. So like the hind legs and the what's the word for the legs in the front? Front legs. More like it should be like hind legs for the front legs and behind legs for the back legs. Sorry about that. That's my feedback. You know, it looks very, very fake. So like it's a very cool silhouette. Like I like anatomy wise, it looks cool. It's like it doesn't feel implemented enough. You know, it feels like those is that a griffin or a sphinx? You know, it's kind of like a mashup of a bunch of different creatures. It's just like back in those days, oh, there we go. Oh, that's interesting. What the hell? It's just like just because of the length of the legs in the back, like I feel like your animation, your walk cycle is not exactly what it would be. But let me show it because it's super cool still. You know, there's a little bit of a pop here in between. And like that length would have to go somewhere, and there'd be no other way than pushing the the back up quite a bit, because the leg is quite long. So like that would be the only thing that I could see that would be a little weird. Just the walk cycle, and like the ass would kind of go up, boing boing a lot every time the animal pushes the back legs. Or maybe, yeah, like when it runs, maybe that'd be more believable, because then it's just like big jumps, doing. But when it walks, what I would recommend, is to have a back leg that kind of looks like the front legs. So something that's a little more similar, like it's the same design. Because you look at most animals in nature, and there's always something similar, with the front legs or the arms and the legs. Like humans, pretty much the same thing, just slightly different length for our fingers and our toes. But yeah, most quadrupeds, I say most, but probably all of them. There must be one creature in the world that doesn't follow this rule, but there's always something similar between the two. So it's always the same design, at least the same design idea. So if you're going with fingers for the front legs, like I would go with that too for the back legs, and vice versa. If you want hooves, do that in the front as well. And I think the believability of the animal is gonna be a lot higher. So if those legs were kind of like cheetah legs instead, instead of hooves. That's not at all. And then maybe those are a little thinner, or maybe the back legs just have more fur. But trying to make them a little more similar, I think it'll take us out of the immersion, maybe a little bit less, probably a lot less. Because otherwise, that looks really cool. So I think that's the only thing that I'm sticking on. The last thing about the design of the silhouette, like from the front, that looks super cool. I'm not feeling these curves here as much though. Like these look super cool. That's nice. Like it follows. Yeah, that totally works. Those ones here, they almost look like ears when you look at it quickly. And it's just like it limits also the range of movement, so we can't really, tilt the head backwards that much. So this seems to suggest that they're sticking out a lot more upwards. So I would do something more like that maybe, because yeah, like this would touch like pretty easily. It's just like, what's there? And then it just pokes its back. So yeah, I would have that. Give it a little bit more clearance. I would almost see it as an animal that they use as a mule, so it carries a lot of stuff, like an 18-wheeler, the equivalent of an 18-wheeler for the animal kingdom. Boing boing. All right, moving on to Julia. Hope your weekend is better than the last one. Last one. What happened last one? Last one was fine. Was it? Oh, aside from the technical issues, you mean? Anyways, it's good. It's good so far. So as you can see, I followed your first tutorial on environment design and enjoyed it a lot. Could you take a look at my version? Do you recommend doing more of these kinds of exercises? That's familiar environment. Very nice. And if I recommend it, hell yeah, I recommend it. So one thing that's that this exercise is really good for is to, especially when we're working on like environment paintings, it's a lot of brush management, like a lot of just dealing with different brushes, getting to know them really well, so that so that you can use them to their maximum potential, and it's really just getting used to the tools that you have. So there's such a big difference between having a set of brushes that you're like not super comfortable with, and having a set of brushes where you know them by heart and you know exactly what they can do. Like these kinds of studies, they really help you get more familiar with your brushes, and develop just a better workflow. So the more that you do it, the more that you'll find like, oh, that brush is good for that stage, that other one is really good for that, and like that just speeds up your process a lot. Of course, you know, with this you're practicing your observation, so it's really, really good practice. Yeah, so the goal, the main purpose of this assignment, at least in the program, was to force you to deal with brush strokes, to manage brush strokes a little bit better, by separating the different planes of the image and assigning kind of different level of details to each of them. And so in the back here, in the background, you would have very little details in your brushes, in your brush strokes, I mean. So yeah, not a lot of texture. It's pretty good, you know, not a whole lot of stuff in here. Nothing to grab the attention because details, a lot of details, like noise in the details is a really, really strong magnet for really strong visual magnets for the eyes. And so we're attracted to that naturally. So if you have that in the background, then the eyes will go there, and maybe you don't want that. So usually you'll want stuff that's, you know, kind of closer to the camera to have that higher density of details. And so I would say that's the only issue here. So the background's good, but like the middle ground here and the foreground, they share a similar level of details. If you look at the brush strokes here, you can kind of see like a little bit of maybe like grass texture or like rock texture. And it's about the same thing in the front here. Like the brush strokes not too different. You have about the same width, you know, like here. What is that, like 2-3 pixels wide? Same deal here. So I would probably in this case just add some more in the foreground. Or tone it down in the middle ground. So yeah, so in the foreground that could be things like if you were there, you know, kind of imagining what you would see here under the grass here. Maybe there'd be a little bit more shadow. It's a little darker, so you might be able to see some of those extra details here. Maybe a little bit of light loss in between the blades of grass. Maybe something behind these bushes. Maybe those leaves here a little bit better defined. Let's see. Not the best brush for that, but you just want stuff to catch your attention here in the foreground then. And you're gonna have also just higher values, a bigger value range for your colors in general. So. Doesn't look super good, but you know, having a little bit more of that here, where you see like the depth of the grass a little more, so it doesn't feel as kind of this opaque, kind of soft surface, like a fuzzy surface. Instead, there's a little bit more texture, and not just in the grass here, but you know, that'd be the same thing in here as well. And in here, maybe another thing I'll point out is that everything is kind of the same material. You know, that's another type of contrast that you could go and try to get in here. So different materials, you know, so like the water and the grass kind of feels like the same surface. You know, the water doesn't particularly feel wet, and the grass is not really shiny or anything like that. There's rocks in here, but again, it's kind of the same material everywhere. So that's something else that you could kind of break up. So maybe like one thing that represents material, or that defines a material pretty well, is how reflective it's going to be. So, you know, just looking at the scene in general here, the sky is pretty blue. So anything that reflects more of that blue light will appear as a more reflective material, obviously, and that will take up a different property than the rest. So, you know, let's say you had like some, I don't know, maybe it's like water here. You're gonna get a little bit more of that reflection, or maybe some of these rocks here that have a little bit more of that because it's harder. maybe like a harder surface reflects that light a bit more, so you'll see a bit that blue kind of bleeding into that rock texture here. Again, that would be just reflection of the sky, and so maybe that could push the difference between the hard, slightly more shiny surface of the rock versus the more matte grass texture. Moving on. Yeah, if I want my OnlyFans to be successful, I think I'm gonna need to bulk up a little more. In my case, it's just been slowly degrading for the last 3 years, 4 years, ever since I started art school. Essentially, art school took all my muscles. All right, Constantin. Mr. Coco, back in the game. I'm here with my first original character. Oh snap! Zita. Alright, she's a techno girl, blasting the bad ones with her 2 lasers. I will also participate with Zita in the Eurovision Art Challenge. I chose Australia as my inspiration. Montaigne with her song Technicolor. Alright, so artist that I'm not familiar with, but noted. My original character is based on the feelings which this song gives me, and also on the powerful lyrics. The costume is holographic, and on top of it there are makeup parts. Can you show me how to properly paint the makeup parts? I picked a white color because it will contrast the holographic costume. Also, I have a question about the character sheet. When presenting an original character, does it need to be polished? Or it's enough to be colored in a simple way without blending, etc. Let's start real quick with the question, because that's not going to take too long. But it just kind of depends what your What's up, Ryan? I just joined in a weird conversation talking about my muscles, or my lack of muscles. So, Coco, your character, it just depends. You know, it depends what you want to use this for. Original character or not. I mean, all my entire portfolio is original characters, so I don't think there's much of a difference between presentation, you know, of a fan art or original characters. It's the same thing. If it's going to be a design, if it's a design portfolio, you know, and you're trying to convey design and something that maybe somebody in a imaginary studio would then grab and then turn into something else, you know, maybe like a character for an animation show or a game character, then the better the presentation, the better chances you have at success, you know. So in here, yeah, presentation, the gray background, never the most exciting. So, and also like the pose, you know, you probably want something that convey the character's personality a little bit more. If you're just gonna have just one illustration and just one drawing. So usually, you know, for a good character sheet, let me grab one here that I have. Where was it? Where? So I consider those to be pretty good, if I dare say so myself. But I'm talking about like presentation wise. So, you know, having different shots for the character. So usually the front and the back shot, at least, you know, in the back shot you'll be able to, at least in the production environment, to go a little looser on it. You know, sometimes you don't even need colors. It can just be like a quick sketch. But again, you know, the purpose of this is if it's going to be a portfolio piece before it is an actual production piece, then the goal is to get more eyeballs on it, so to attract more people, and so the more polished the better. But yeah, in terms, you know, if you're just talking about character sheet, you'd want a front shot that again conveys a little bit the personality of the character. So if she's like super serious all the time, maybe she goes like this, and if she's looking down on everybody, maybe she's like sneaky and kind of hunched over. Maybe she's playful and kind of dancing and like making a cute pose, whatever it is. You don't want that. That's kind of like the main design, and then the back shot can be something a little bit more tame, just to convey the design, like the back, if there's anything special in the back that you'd want people to see. But in terms of the background, then for presentation, yeah, something like this. You know, like maybe a couple extra shots, depending if she's got like some accessories that are important or whatever. Some close-ups on some. Yeah, maybe not. There's not a whole lot here, but maybe like the clips in the hair, you know, like maybe zooming on that. If her face is important, sometimes depending on the game, the face is super important. Like you're gonna get a lot of close-ups. Maybe have that, you know, her face close-up somewhere on your design sheet. And then just the background color. Also, like you can see here, nothing. It's all gray, you know. It's all pretty neutral, but it's not like a flat gray, right? It feels like there's something more behind there. So maybe a little bit of light to help show the silhouette better. Maybe some areas are a little darker, some areas are brighter. Again, to try and make the design read better at first glance. So I said it was going to be a quick one, but that took a while to answer this question. So hope that explains it. But yeah, like really cool metal texture on here. Very that sells it, definitely. It looks metallic. Maybe it would be cool to have a little bit more volume information on here, because it looks like she's got like just big tubes, you know. So there's no fold anywhere. It's hard to imagine how like that would fold. If it does, would there be fold in here if she bends the fabric? Or yeah, it looks like there would be. So probably something here, and like something on the surface of the arm here to indicate the change in volume, like for the shoulder, going into the bicep, going into the forearm, and like just something more here to convey the underlying anatomy a little more. It's just like a little too clean. For the legs, it kind of works a little bit better, although like at the knee here, you'd want something different. You know, it's just the knee is kind of this complex structure that would definitely change how the light behaves here. But it works a little bit better for the legs, because yeah, the thigh itself can be a little bit more of a simpler volume, but the arm here, like you'd probably want a little bit more information. And then talking about the white parts here, so yeah, I mean, it depends, you know, if this is supposed to be very bulky or not. It looks cool, like cool shapes. I would just make more clear like the different layers, maybe. I think it would help you too as well. So, you know, like what's the first layer, like, and then what's the second layer on top of that, and maybe assigning like different colors to each of them. So maybe I'm just like randomly selecting some for you, but let's say that this here is the external layer. Everything else is going to be a little deeper in. I'm not saying that would be the right color. It could be the other way around, or it could be a very subtle difference. It could be just like a shininess difference too. So maybe the first layer is more matte because it's more like rubber, and then the external, the what's in gray right now could be more like plate, you know, a little shinier. Now I find that it helps to design things when you think of it in layers this way. So you can kind of go one layer at a time, adding complexity as you go. So one thing with white too, you know, something to keep in mind is that white is is rarely pure white. Even, you know, if you have like a white shirt, sure, on like under the brightest light it'll appear white, but in most cases it won't. So it'll always be a little darker, just so that you can have that contrast. So I'd say like in your new version, I think it's even more pronounced here, but how everything feels like it's glowing as a result. So I would tone down the colors and then really focus your highlights where the light's going to be. So, you know, maybe it's a little darker this way, and then you can have some brightness left over to make something a little shinier. Maybe this is super glossy or something. Very sharp specular. Or not. But yeah, I wouldn't go too white, you know. Stay away from pure white. Only when something is super shiny, like the brightest of highlights. And then that, kind of stay away from it. And then yeah, beyond that, I would maybe like add some trims here, so it kind of ends in a weird way. Like, that's it, you know. Where do you hold it? Maybe you would have like an extra little seam here, just to make it stronger, or maybe you have like a rubber seam here, like part of that maybe kind of carries over in the leggings as well, or not, but yeah, I feel like something else to indicate that, all right, it's about to stop here and the skin is about to take over. It can be just a seam like this that's already better. Same idea here. But yeah, just trying to think of this as like, okay, somebody built this thing, she has to put it on. How does that happen? Yep. So shape language so far. The chest is pretty cool. I think I would just carry that a little bit more throughout the rest of the design. So in her, you know, like the shape of this stuff here, that looks pretty flat too. You know, there's a lot of stuff happening here and around the collarbone, the neck. So that looks a little too flat for that. So the neck would kind of stop here. You would have probably highlights here for the collarbone. The neck's kind of in this different direction. Probably be a little darker as a result. So yeah, a couple of things here, but hopefully that helps. Give you a couple of things to focus on moving forward. You did it. Yes. That's how you get my attention. There you go. Well done. Just reading the comments from Ryan to see. Good to know that he didn't die. Moving on to Peyton here. Oh yeah, it wasn't too far. Like I said, you know, when he hung up, we were leaving, so the rest of the day was pretty chill. So Peyton here, another productive week. I experimented a little with my style this week and did the two pieces on the right just for fun. I don't really want much critique on them because I feel like the piece on the left needs the most help. I don't think her shoulder is pushed forward enough, and I'm having trouble shading her hair. I will test. Shading not found. I saw those on Facebook. Very nice. Very nice use of reference too. that's the style, man. It's like this. Reminds me of American comics, like on TV. Very good. So yeah, let's then focus on this lady here. Shoulders, and so the shoulders do feel quite narrow. Let's try to draw, and that's something like I would recommend also, just to draw the rest of the body, not the whole thing, but you know, the stuff that's immediately cropped at least, just so that you get a better idea of what you're dealing with here, and like just for the position of the hands too. You know, like where does that go? Is that, because maybe the hands don't work also, so maybe it does. Let's just try it. Let's give her torso. If she had a t-shirt, it might look something like this. And the hips down there. Torso might end here. For like a younger person, or like a shorter person, you know, if she were taller, probably want to extend that some more, but yeah, that looks at least like a human. So for that arm to work, yeah, I feel like it's just the angle here that's gonna have to change a bit, because even if we give her like really narrow shoulders, like this, so a little wider than what you had, I think would be more comfortable. But even then, trying to make that work here. I think we need to either it's not so bad. Forearms a little long for the size of her hands, but maybe it's just a matter of making the hand a little longer, then it might be able to reach, and you might be all good. Just a little longer here. Eating away a little bit more at that forearm. I think that would feel better. So slightly wider shoulders, just so slightly, and then change of the angle of the wrist here. The other hand, I think, is fine. We don't see it much anyways. With slightly wider shoulders, I think would be more comfortable. And then for the hair, nice face. Good shading on the face. For the hair, like probably a little bit more volume, because if we draw the rest of the skull here really quick, it's not gonna have a whole lot of thickness left just for the hair. That's her skull. It should be decent size for her. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of space left here for the curls. So if it were like flat hair, you know, like she had a perm, long flat hair, then maybe that would work. But for curly hair, I think you just want to just add a little buffer, a little extra curliness. Later, Indra. So that's number one. So a little bit more. More volume here, and yeah, for curly hair, depends if it's shiny, you know, so is it more like a coarse hair, or is it shinier hair? If it's like shiny curves, focus on just some areas, don't focus on the whole thing. And so start with the base color, that's good. shiny black hair, then you'd want to focus on their highlights hit mostly, and make your way from the front to the back, and then maybe you won't even reach the back. Let me just grab a reference for shiny curly hair. Short. Yeah, so it depends also like the size, but it kind of looks like it. So anyways, overall you kind of shaded like a ball, because it is a ball. So go big first, big details, and make our way to small details as we go. So big details first, and then focus on like small curves like this in the front, and then maybe when you reach the back here, don't really need to do much. So of course, like as you're working on these, like try to kind of look at the overall brightness of the area of the hair that you're working on. So up here, it's going to be a little brighter because it's a little closer to the light source, and then towards the front here, it's going to get darker and darker as you get away from it. And yeah, so the way I like to do this is you start pretty dark, and then you brighten this up this way, and it's super quick. Obviously, you can do a better job than this. And then after that, I like to go back in here and like just like sculpt the hair a little bit more with darker colors. So like on the inside of the curls, maybe you want to make some smaller details, some deeper parts of the hair. Reinforce maybe like some areas, like divide the hair in some way, like part the hair, whatever. But that would be kind of how I tackle it. And after that, last part, the smallest highlights. So whenever you have something that's curved, and then you do that last, because you'll have the details to actually make that work. So then the final step would just be to so again, if the sun is coming, or if the light's coming from above, then you would just look at the curves here that are pointing up, and then you can add a little bit of extra highlights on those. Anything that's pointing in a different direction, don't consider it, but everything that's pointing up here, you can punch it up with a little bit of highlights, more or less, depending on how shiny you want the hair. But that's kind of the process. So longer curls, smaller curls, but still, that's kind of how I would approach it in general. Yeah, and then you can kind of stylize the contour as well. It's not this big ball. Yeah, what the hell's Peyton? Good job on the shading. Moving on to Alright, what's up? So long story short, something happened which led me to stop digital art for about 2 weeks. Thankfully I got over it, and now I'm back. That's good. Unfortunately, I lost the momentum in the last 2 weeks that I was out, and just recently got into it. So if you see any mistakes that I have adopted again, then please point it out. And something, to keep in mind also, like if you can't draw, just focus on observation. So if you can't, if you don't feel the motivation to actually sit down and just draw something, at least take some time every day to really observe. Just look at stuff, like stare at it and try to understand it. Like, why does it look that way? What is that? So if you look at somebody's, if you look at yourself in the mirror, maybe look at like how this works here, and like when you move, like, oh, that deforms, interesting. Maybe in the back, like, oh, cool, all right. So that's what happens. Like really observing something, because that is a really good exercise to just fill up your visual library, and you level up by just doing that. So if you're not gonna actually practice with your hands, at least practice your eyes. You can always do that, unless you had problems with your eyes. I hope that was not the case. So now I'm just angry at myself and burning with motivation to go at it even more. And because of that, can you give me a goal in my art that I can do in several months in which I can channel this motivation? Hell yeah. Well, you know, since you're on the program, the personal project, it's a pretty big goal, and it's 15 pieces, and it's a big project. So not only is it good because you get a substantial amount of work to show for it, but you are then kind of on this path where you always have something next that you need to work on, right? So if let's say you decide to work on 15 different characters for a particular story, you know, maybe they're all female pop stars that are turned into warriors because the world's gone to shit, or maybe they all live together and they're roommates, and then you get to draw them, you know, in their environment and how they interact, and their different personalities, or maybe they're different warriors from different tribes that have something specific about them. Maybe it's the colors that's different, maybe it's the climate that they live in is completely different, you know, whatever. But a big project like this is really good for that kind of motivation, because you never sit down with nothing to draw, right? There's never a case where you don't know what's next, because you have a project, you've planned it out, so there's always something next on the list until you complete the project. So and 15 pieces for a portfolio is not that much, you know. 15, like, you guys have probably done a lot, most of you have probably done more than 15 already. It's just that maybe you don't consider them portfolio ready, but that's it, you know. The amount is not that scary. It's just starting. That's the big deal. But once you start, and I've done it, it's just this flow of creativity, and you also, you know, you're a little accountable to yourself, because you started something, it's a project, so you'll feel a lot worse if you don't complete it. And so good, like, extra kick, extra motivation. So but yeah, so I would recommend that, you know, start tackling a project. Don't need to I mean, you can also adjust the scope. Maybe it's just you start with 5 characters, maybe that's it, and then maybe the other 5 will be something else, maybe the rest of the project will be something else. But yeah, start with a project like this. So these characters, maybe or like you know, just like your original character that you've been working on in the last couple of weeks, maybe they're all part of something, and make them all fit in that world. That's what I would recommend. That usually works wonders. It's also great for design, because you have a context for it. Context is huge when it comes to design. Your characters will just be more believable, more interesting, when they all fit within a cohesive project. So in here, that one looks great. That's great too, a really nice quick sketch. To be honest, that's probably my favorite out of the bunch. I just look how loose it is, but how accurate each brushstroke is. And she's got a little bit more of an attitude. You know, that's something that we don't see as much in your characters. Like, this one is posing, but she's not as expressive, maybe. Like, this is a little more subtle, but I don't know, feels more human for some reason. So yeah, this one I was gonna say a little flat in the shading overall, and also like the dark background and the dark clothes here you know, don't really work well together. So I would find a way to split those two. So maybe you have some highlight coming from the top of the scene, and so maybe that could brighten that up here on one side, maybe a little bit on that side too, or maybe it's just the background itself that's a little bit lighter in that particular area, that you separate the main character from the background, so that when you look at it from like a thumbnail size or from up close, there's no doubt that's the shirt, this is the background. But also probably just changing the color just slightly so that there's really no doubt that she doesn't share too much of the same colors with the background. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's the extra makeup, all the highlights in here. I feel like her eyes here read a lot better, a lot more expressive. Yeah, maybe it's just too much stuff in here, too much contrast, too much highlights. Maybe in this case, less is more. Anyways, and then the last one, this one here, better balance between the colors. I think would be nice here. So everything is warm. Everything is orange, reds, in that range. Not a whole lot of cool colors to balance this out. So I would introduce some of that. And it would help also with the focal points, because right now, you know, what's the most attractive color in here? It's the red. Where's the most vivid red? There it is. Oops. There it is. So I would probably just add a cool color in here to add that contrast and make that particular area pop. So maybe it's just the hair. Maybe she's got like blue hair. Maybe she's got, yeah, with blue hair, you know, now the focus would be here because the blue would stand out in contrast to all the warmth and in the colors elsewhere. Maybe it's her eyes, they're this bright blue. Maybe it's her lipstick that's blue. Maybe she's wearing maybe this thing here is blue. Maybe she's got like some blue, I don't know, jewelry. But I think a little bit of a cooler colors would help around the focal points. And in general, just try to avoid these colors, like these darker blacks, darker yellows, excuse me. Like this color here, not a good color. Avoid that. Not a good color. Those pukey colors. Don't add black and yellow ever. That's illegal. So if you wanna go a little bit darker, add some more red. Go darker red. Darker red is fine, no problem with that. It's just darker yellows, no deal. You can't add black to yellow or it looks like puke. It's the only color that does that. All the other colors are fine. So if you want to go darker, just go either cooler in your colors or warmer, like towards red. Anyways, yeah, mustard. Avoid the mustard. Nobody likes mustard, and it's a psychological thing. It's one of the least liked colors. Some people might love it, but the majority of people will look at that color and become like, ugh, repulsed by it, just because it's associated to all these negative things. Not negative, but these kind of gross things. But yeah, project. I think that'd be super cool. You're already kind of started anyways, so I'd be very curious to see where the other characters, where they would fall in your world, in your project. Oh, that helps. Moving on to Cosmo here. Friend got corona. That's not fun. Forced into self-isolation. I hear you. I've been self-isolating for a year. So also passed my Cambridge exams, which is an English certificate, high level one. Nice. Congrats. I would definitely not pass that. I would fail. For sure. So took a bit of a break because of the point. At the point I was drawing 6-7 hours a day with my last holidays dating back to multiple months ago. I wasn't sure if taking a break would be good for me. I'll turn down myself and my heart when I take a break, but in this case, it refreshed me a lot suddenly. Somehow my creative and productivity hit me at 1 a.m. and started to sketch. All right. Right on, so that's good news. Well, you guys talking about mustard yellow, like that's mustard yellow, no? Maybe more like this. It's just like this can work. It's just it can't work as a leading color. It can work as a secondary color to another color. So maybe something is super nice and bright yellow, and then it transitions into that color in like the shadows. Then that's acceptable. It still doesn't look too hot, but maybe more acceptable in that case, like as a byproduct of just shading, but only in small quantities. It's just like real mustard. Don't want too much of it. You don't want it to be the main meal, you know, it's like a soup, it's just mustard. Yum. Delicious. If you that'd be interesting to see what you guys can do with that. A challenge. But it has to be dirty yellow. You know, don't go like nice and clean yellows. That doesn't work. It has to be, what is this? You have to have at least 30% black in your yellows. And you can't cross into oranges. Oranges, not yellow. So it has to stay here in this tiny range. Contain 30% black. Is that 30%? Yeah. And look good. Good luck with that. No way. I don't believe it. I don't think that's possible. That's good, Peyton. Me too. I hope I can transfer that PTSD to as many people as possible, so I don't get to see this color ever. Next challenge. Prove me wrong. All right, Cosmo. Yeah, it looks pretty good. I like this. Well balanced. Like I say, maybe like the black is a little distracting here. You know, if you're going like line art, that's just more of a personal preference. But I would just go line art everything, you know. Just so that something doesn't attract more attention than the rest, just because of how bold it is. Because bold, dark lines just attract more, have more visual weight than thin, you know, lighter lines. So it's just in that respect. Yeah. Nice face. Good face, interesting style. I like it. The breasts. Maybe a little high. No, actually, because she's pretty short. I would say maybe it's more like her torso is a little too short. And like her pubis would probably be a lot lower than that. So let's try to rib cage, something like this. Do this on a separate layer. So rib cage, something like that. Continue a little bit more, and then start to have the hips. So yeah, you'll probably want to lower that just a bit more. just so that there's enough room here for the for all the muscles to fit, really. So you know, chest, muscle, pretty tall, and then abdominal groups, belly button. Then you have room for your obliques, and then room for the hips. Yeah, that would make a little more sense. So just stretching our torso. And I think this one here is fine. The left one, her left one. The right one is a little too high. Probably just lower that a bit. Can't see anything with all the lines. Oh, what a mess! What a mess! Yeah, like when you go like this, it just you squeeze everything that's in here. So that one here probably wouldn't be like freely outside. It would kind of be pressed against the other one a bit more. Center of body. You want like longer ellipses. I mean, not that defined, but you know. A little bit more narrow. And yeah, just so that you have enough distance here, so that you have some sort of a slope. Because remember, if you draw the pectoralis major, say something like this, the breast, you know, will kind of line up here. So you have all this extra space here where it's just muscle. And then the clavicles up there. And that's a little lower than that. Plastic surgery time indeed. And now, since the torso is a little longer, I think the arm is a little too short now as a result. I mean, they were too short before too, but yeah, just extending that a bit. Elbow a little lower, closer to where the belly button is. And I think the length of the forearm is fine. Maybe a little longer so that the hand will be kind of here instead. So slightly longer limbs. Yeah, that's it. Well, that helps. Moving on to Preston. Ooh, that's cool. I did have a nice week, Preston. Hope you did too. I had a pretty productive one, I would say. I made design changes to my character and I added color and rendering. I feel proud of my work, but also feel like it could be pushed further and executed better. That's good. Very good. Could you point out my mistakes or changes you would make? Take a particular look at the anatomy, design, and rendering. I think those are my shortcomings. Awesome. Ooh, look at that coloring, man. That's nice. Nice colors. Yummy. Yeah, I see this is the only acceptable use of mustard. Dirty yellow. Actually, this looks much better because there's a little bit more white in it, so it kind of takes up a cooler tint, which is nice because it's right next to a cool color. So you can kind of have this the reflection thing going on. Nice. I like this a lot. Yeah, you did a really good job with the armor. So anatomy wise, let's take a look at that first. A few things it was good overall, and like the proportions, the first thing that we see, so that's good. They're solid. But then if you look a little bit more closely to this, probably like this arm here feels a little bit like detached from the body. So it's not clear how the chest muscle would be able to reach into that arm and connect to the, you know, attach onto the humerus here. Feels a little too wide. So I think we could just push that in a bit more. There we go, that makes a little more sense. So now his chest can kinda reach. But yeah, the emphasis of the emphasis here will be on the muscle anatomy. So proportions are good, but it's just how the muscles are laid out. I think we need more work, and it would really help make this character feel like more professional. Because at first glance, it really is like your colors are very nice in here. Like all these subtle hues that you're using, and the change from, yeah, that's advanced stuff. Like all those different colors that you have in here, and along with the yellow, very nice, very nice. Good shading too. But yeah, the anatomy is a little more wonky. So I think that would add a lot to this character if it was better. So let's try to recreate that real quick. So this chest, skin color. Take that shirt off, big boy. Let's see what your pattern stuff here. Let's see the muscles. All right, chest. So the arm also like here, strange looking. But yeah, so pectoralis major going into the elbow kind of starts to merge slowly with the delt here. So the fibers kind of all going in the same direction, all going towards this point right here, approximately. So obviously on both sides of the body, so I'm not gonna do this side, but and then the chest here, and then the bicep underneath here, that would want to slide right underneath all of that. So bicep would be kind of here, sliding underneath the chest muscle and underneath the shoulder. And so you would see the bicep here. In this case, it's pretty extended because the arm is not flexed. And so longer bicep. And that's gonna end right here on the inside. Back there, you might be able to see the... No, you wouldn't. So from this angle, you would just see the bicep. And then the tricep would be here, would be seen here on the outside. More. Maybe you'd be able to see the tricep. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Depends how big he is, how big you want him to be. Maybe a little bit on the inside here. But yeah, so brachioradialis group here, the outside. And then the rest of the arm is fine. It's just kind of like this area here that was a little confused. Trying to clean this up properly as fast as I can. Not perfect, but a little closer at least. And then the hand just feels a little weak. You know, the connection between the wrist or the forearm and the hands very, very important in gesture in general. It can convey a lot of strength, a lot of weakness. So like if your wrist is a little too, you know, Depending on the position of your wrist, it might look super weak or it might look really strong. In this case, it looks like he's holding it a little weak. So for a stronger hold, you want to kind of line up. Either like have it go like this, you know, like he's flexing his forearm, like he's trying to hold up the thing. I think that might be cool. Since he's big and strong, maybe that would be a better pose for him. Although that's kind of weird. Just holding the thing a little higher make more sense. Let's not change too much then. Ignore that. So just start kind of like the hand here so you can see the palm starting before the actual stick. Because otherwise it makes it feel like he's holding it kind of like this. That's a weird way to hold it. Like I'm just trying to strain his fist like this. So there's, you know, like that line here on the outside kind of continues into the knuckles. This here. And yeah, like the hand will kind of cover what he's holding instead of being able to see it through here. Did a horrible job with the whatever. I'm not gonna try to draw the hands. But the hands, yeah, like just take a reference of you like holding something like this and draw that. The hands could use a little bit of help. And then yeah. So there was mostly something wrong with the shoulders and biceps area. So same deal here on this side. Might as well do it. Big shoulders, bicep sliding underneath all of that. Bicep, brachialis, tricep here. Brachioradialis group. Yeah, and then maybe the hands a little, like the arms a little stiff. You could relax it some more. A little flexing always makes it feel more relaxed because it takes some muscle like to extend it completely. A little unnatural. Yeah. And then the face, real quick. Like this eye feels a little too small. That guy's face. I'll just make it a little bigger. And it matches the other side. And real quick, when it comes to the design, so I think like this works really well. You have these really long triangles, like that makes it feel really aggressive. That's cool. I don't think you follow that shape language quite enough in the rest of the design though. So like here you still have those angles, but they're not as intense. You know, like this one here is like almost pointing down. But it's a big triangle. Big triangle here, long triangles. I would push that some more, maybe. So maybe that can go straighter up here, just pointier to match kind of like those big arrows, big V's. Maybe not all of them, but like at least one, so that it looks like yes, some of that kind of carries through. His feet look a little small too for the size of this guy here. Maybe adding a little bit of mass to those boots. And kind of the same idea with the shoulder here. It's way better than what it used to be. But maybe like find a way to like attach them to, maybe there's like a strap down here, because right now it just looks like he's got like a plate on his shoulder, and if he moves a little bit, that's gonna fall off. So like a way to secure them to the rest of the body, maybe some straps, like attaching them, going onto like under this chest plate, or also like just their shape in general. Like the shape is not bad. It kind of looks like the chest here. Yeah, maybe it's just a matter of attaching them, just making them look more real, like they would work better. Other than that, it kind of matches the shape language here. I like you have like some curves here. It's just some no edginess to those lines. That looks a little bit out of place too for the rest of the design. So maybe, yeah, carry some of that shape language here in the arm as well. Anyways, hope that helps. Let's move on. Yeah, you should definitely be proud of this. Very proud. It has a lot of really good qualities. And hopefully me deconstructing it completely was okay. You guys still making fun of my skinny arms. No respect. Moving on to Navina. Alright. More muscles. It's a conspiracy. I'm focused now on male anatomy, so I decided to make my first ever male character. Last week when I did study, I forgot to send you construction layers. No worries, but this time I will include it. So what mostly interests me is anatomy, values, and colors. I believe I could push the light more, and I'm not sure how, so I'm not sure what to do with the background. Right on. You got it, Preston. You're welcome. That's a really good study. All right, good to see the construction here. Yes. Yeah, you did a really good job. So anatomy-wise, there's only a couple of things. But yeah, it's more advanced anatomy stuff, so it's not, you know, it's easy to miss. But small things, you know, like the muscle here being a little bit brighter. So that's going to be your back muscle, your latissimus dorsi. Starts here in the back and curves all the way, and then it attaches the humerus on the inside here, a little higher and a little lower than your armpit. But that muscle here is kind of missing. The mass of it at least is missing. Just want to highlight that a bit, make it pop. It's sticking out. And then some of the serratus muscle maybe will alter the shading as well here. Poking their heads just a little extra brightness there. And then just looking at kind of the thickness of his waist, like he's pretty thin. Your guy here has just been eating a couple more donuts. So I just want to, I mean, if we're following the reference 1-to-1, just remove some of that belly fat. That is just muscles and bones. Yeah, otherwise, like the shoulder, that looks really good. How you do the traps. Nice, nice, nice. The hands, I think this one looks pretty good. You could just brighten it a little more. You know, like these catch the light quite a bit. Yours almost invisible when you look at it quickly. So those knuckles here, where the highlight kind of gets cut up here a little more. Yeah, just brightening up the fingers, really. And maybe the hand's a little small too. And I'm just going off of the size of the arm. In your case, the guy's a little bulky, just a little more bulky, and the hand feels pretty small for him. I mean, you feel like this is a pretty feminine hand, so no disrespect to you, mister, but those are skinny, some skinny fingers. So you know, if it's like a warrior, probably just make the hands a little bulkier. That's gonna sell the character better. Oh, so yeah. So if that was the point, you know, he's supposed to be a little fatter, then no problem. There you go. Back. The belly is back. But yeah, but the hand also like applies to this one here too. So it's more like the palm from this angle because we can't see the fingers. So like the palm of the hand's pretty short. I think you could just push that back here into the forearm itself. So not extending the hand outwards, but just kind of pushing it back here, so the wrist starts a little sooner. So here you got the first knuckle for the thumb. Yeah, so a slightly longer palm. Yeah, and the only other thing, I guess, would be the wrist, maybe. It's subtle stuff, you know, but that would be a little more narrow here before it gets a little wider, closer to the elbow, the joint here. Because there, the extra mass here, that's the brachioradialis group, but you don't have that elsewhere. And then as I was gonna say, the face a little short, maybe. I think like the perspective of the face a little off. Maybe we can solve that easily by just adjusting that eye here. Because from this angle, like we can barely see this guy's eye. I mean, it's also quite dark, but part of it is kind of blocked by the nose. In the corner of the eye we won't see because of the nose. Adjusting the eyebrow too. Just pushing it on the side. If you look at mine right now, and like it starts, I mean, I don't have default eyebrows, but there's a whole lot of variety. But it starts a little bit further out, right? So that's kind of what I'm doing here, just having it start a little more on the outside. And then you can have like the nose cover up part of the corner of the eye here, and I think that's gonna fit the perspective a little better. Same with the angle of the mouth here. Maybe tilted this way a little too much. Straighten this out. And push it back into the face. Yeah. And then refining the contour of that guy's jaw. So yeah, not too much. So just a few, just moving around, just a couple of things. I think that reads better. let's see. Before and after, I need to do this more often. There we go. Couple of things. I think it makes a big difference. So, what the hell's? Let's move on. Who do we have here? Robin. This week I continued, and after that we'll take a short break. Before we continue, so this week I continued with my Animal Island project. I designed 4 characters and their different expressions. I don't want to add full 2D animations to the game, but I want to have several different poses for each character. You maybe give general feedback and say how to improve the hooks. This time I added some notes for the individual characters. Awesome. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty cool. So, Post Officer Lawrence manages the post office on the island, but he doesn't deliver the post himself. Right on. Yeah, that's a good hook. You know, we see a little envelope, the little hat. It seems like he's wearing like a formal, you know, like a formal uniform, like he would as a service worker. It's gonna sell it even better, you know, when you see like he's probably gonna be, you know, if he's like a fox or something. Is he? Looks like a fox to me. But if he's a fox, or like a wolf. Anyways, like having like a different color between the fur and the uniform, so like maybe like a blue uniform, like light blue uniform. That you would normally associate with post office workers. I think that's gonna sell it even more. And like, what else do they do? You know, maybe what he's wearing is enough. Maybe they have a name tag if they work at the office, and that would make it feel even more like a uniform, like a work uniform. But I think he's pretty good. I think that's a good enough hook, you know, like when you add the colors, it should be pretty obvious what he's about. And the hook, that's what it does. It really just, you want the character to make sense, to connect. Just no question what he's about. You know, you look at this guy, what you wouldn't want is someone looking at this guy and being like, oh, that's a cool police officer, and then you're like, oh, that's not good. Or, oh, he looks like oh, is that like a chef guy? So you just want his job, his like what defines him the most, what this guy is about. You want that to be obvious. That's really what this is all about. This guy here, so without even reading anything, yeah, it's formal wear. Looks like it's like a grumpy old dude, but wealthy maybe. He's well put together. Got a little haircut. Definitely not attractive, so he looks probably like more of a bad guy, or somebody that's unpleasant. What is he about? Explosive temperament. He's inspired by German actor Klaus Kinski. It's an interesting face, definitely. Oh, he's an actor. Yeah, actor is one of those jobs. It's a little harder to make that obvious, but I could totally see that. yeah, so you know, for hooks, like things that work well are like more extreme things, you know, like and like his face reminded me of a monkey a little bit, so like maybe you could push that even more. Although like it feels pretty pushed already, like the jaw and like the nose, you know, it feels monkey-esque, so that's good. Yeah, this one's a little trickier, like something that would make him more like an actor. Because it's not a whole lot of difference, you know, between like an actor or a TV show host or any celebrity for that matter that go to like a formal event. They all look the same. I like him. He looks really unique. So yeah, in this case, you know, it could be like the hook is not as strong, I would say, maybe as this one here, because it's not as obvious what he's about, but maybe in the game, like with the colors and just the things that he say and just his face too, that makes him pretty unique. You know, it's like the angry character, so maybe that's enough. You know, it just kind of depends what you do with it, but I like it. And they're way more pushed. It feels like a lot different than last week. Like these characters are a lot more unique, you know, a lot more unique. And yeah, and like the fact, oh yeah, so you're totally inspired by animals, right? I'm not crazy here. So you have the fox here. That's more like definitely more like a monkey, owl, cat, or something like that. Hell yeah. Now I see it, yes. Tourists. Yeah, that one maybe not as much. Maybe yeah, go more cliche, you know, and what a tourist would look like. Maybe like a backpack or like a camera or something around the neck, like yeah, like a small camera or something like that, or sunglasses, you know, to show that she's kind of taking it easy, she's relaxing. Like sunglasses on her head, maybe. But yeah, like the casual wear definitely works. Yeah, I love the strawberry thing too. That's cool. Yeah, so yeah, maybe just in her case, I think it would be just like some extra props to indicate what she's doing. Clearly, she's not working, but what exactly does she do? If she's a tourist, then yeah, some classic tourist things, or maybe like a tourist hat. I don't know what that is. But she looks great though. Yeah, with the colors, I think the strawberry is gonna be a lot more obvious too. So, and this guy looks like just because of the outfit, looks like almost like a drunk monk. What is he? Knows the island very, very well and can give you a few useful tips. He's always drinking his coffee. Alright, so he's like the... Alright. Maybe it's his outfit that makes him feel more more serious than he actually is. Like if he's more like a homeless. I mean, he looks a little ragged, rugged, whatever. Maybe short sleeves, or maybe just like a tank top, like a white tank top, you know, like classic white trash. Because everything else about him is awesome. I think it's just, yeah, the outfit, it suggests something else. Like I really thought of a more yeah, like a monk or somebody that works in a like a laboratory, maybe like a scientist, but like a, you know, he's been fired or something. Oh yeah, that's a great idea, Greg. Yeah, like those big, you know, those big hats with sunglasses, or maybe the sunglasses on here, big sunglasses, typical tourists. Yeah. Yeah, this guy's outfit, I think that's the only thing. So I'll move on. But man, Robin, those are really good. Really good. Love their personalities too, like that comes across a lot more. Hell yeah, man, that's awesome. Moving on to Maria. So I'll just do Maria real quick and then we'll take a break, like I said. Yeah, I kind of mentioned, yeah, that's what I mentioned to Juan. Like classic, you know, camera. It could be maybe like something that's, maybe she's got it like attached on her wrists here, the camera, or maybe like around the neck. Big camera with a big lens. Classic tourist, you know, like there would be no question about it. Like, oh yeah, she's a tourist. Or maybe like, those rich girl sunglasses. Like LA sunglasses. Yeah. Maria. So I think this is my final render. Let me know if you have any final suggestions. That was good. Man, that could be like a, yeah, like an illustration in a book about different weird animals that have been discovered recently, or that more like have gone extinct. More realistic. Yeah, it's really good. Like I can't help but to want to add a little bit more contrast to the outline. So I love what you did here, like the little bit of light. I feel like I would just want more lights. To help, you know, like define maybe some of the muscles up here. The scapula bump. The rib cage where it starts here. Extra light, you know, always allows you to add a bit more information. And it looks more epic, always. But maybe that's just me. But I would recommend something like this because it's such a nice animal, such a nice render already. Yeah, I love what you did here with the leg. I feel like maybe I would make that more pronounced even. You know, I like the direction, but maybe making that joint a little beefier, because it is more of a slight cartoon style here. So let's exaggerate things just a bit to go with that. So a little bit more difference here between the thickness of things. A little narrower than you would go, a little wider than you would go normally. Just to make it very clear that this is the wrist. And maybe the shading here around the elbow. A little flatter to show that it's a little, yeah. That's pretty flat. Maybe a little bit of a gradient too. So slightly darker towards the legs, slightly warmer and brighter towards the back. Yeah, it looks really, really good, Mario. Oops. Yeah, it's come a long way. Maybe also the background. Come on. Go. Something perhaps a little more exciting. Let's try just to help push the contrast even more. Maybe just something like that would help. Almost makes it feel like, you know, it's a little brighter down here because it's the ground. And it's a little lighter up here because it's the sky. And I think it makes it pop a lot more. It feels less flat. It's just a slight change of gradient. But anyways, well, that helps. I like it a lot. You should be quite proud of this. It looks really, really good. So we'll take a short break, and then we'll resume with Elijah here in a couple minutes. So 10 minutes ish. Go eat something, loosen up the legs. I suggest you do the same. It's not good to sit down for so long. And we'll be right back after these short messages. Bye. All right. Gotten quite bright in here. All right. Let's keep going, shall we? Here we go. So, I hope all has been well since I last. Yes, sir. I hope time has been treating you nicely as well. So I haven't been able to submit the last 2 weeks due to being on a trip, then still figuring out the optimal schedule with my new job, but I was still drawing. Good. I decided to check out the rest of the anatomy course for the time being, so I did the torso and the arms. Let me just say, what the hell are arms? What? I've been studying. So I've studied throughout the week, and yeah, started to make a bit more sense, but I don't have a good enough grasp yet. Let's see where I have everything wrong or right necessarily. Same with some of the parts of this, the torso. So, you know, sometimes, please tell me apart. Let me know where things are on and off. Let's go. Sorry for scaring everybody. With my entrance. Man, why is my nose so stuffy? Right on. So, upper body muscles. So usually, you know, the problem area is going to be the joint, because that's where the muscles kind of end usually, and so it becomes a little bit more ambiguous and what the volume should look like, that kind of stuff. So certainly the case here a little bit. Some of those shoulders are a lot better, and like talking about the shoulders here first. Some of these are better than others. So let's take a look at this one here for now. So we have the trapezius, this big big flat muscle here in the back, center of the back, and that also that also tells us where the scapula is. So scapula will usually line up at the bottom here. So more like the trapezius attaches on the top of the scapula. And so if the trapezius goes all the way down here, you would expect then the trapezius, the scapula to be somewhere in there, pointing kind of towards the back, because the arms are lifted, and so everything kind of shifts a little bit. And so, but yeah, all we have to kind of keep in mind here is going to be the spine of the scapula, because that's the most important. That's where you have a lot of muscles attaching onto. So trapezius attaching on top of it, and then you have the delts, the posterior head of the deltoid attaching on the lower part of the scapula spine. So it's going to be this entire thing here. So yes, most of the mass is going to be right there, and it'll kind of end in a tendon as usual, as most muscles do. And so not a whole lot of mass, but it still attaches, you know, the full length of this the spine. So that's probably the best study that you have out of the bunch. So the delt here, pretty damn close. The shape of it's pretty good. So the shoulder here, however, a little different, and then the trapezius as well, probably a little too narrow here. So you'll want that to kind of cover a little bit more of the back. You know, like this whole thing here, and then it's only this little bit on that reference. So we'll try to extend that a bit more here, make that a little wider, have that reach here, and like you notice where it ends, right? So the tip here of the trapezius towards the shoulders, like the lateral, you know, endings is going to be right here at you know, right in the middle of all the delts, the deltoid heads. So in the front, middle, the back, and that's always going to be the case. And so whenever you draw your trapezius, you should expect to have your deltoid kind of wrap around it, in this area here. So the anterior head probably won't see it too much from this angle. Maybe we do. I don't know. I can't see the photo, but I would think that probably not from this angle. We would see the middle head for sure. This one here, and then the bottom one, or in this case, the posterior head, will extend a little further. So it's stretched quite a bit in comparison to the other two, because it needs to reach all the way back here to the spine of the scapula. So the same line right here, where this posterior head attached previously, it does the same here again. And so you want that deltoid kind of reach further back in the back. Same thing on that side here. So the deltoid here will reach further back again, a bit more than that. Because the rest is pretty damn good. So that arm looks good. He did a great job here. From this angle, that arm looks pretty good. Just keep in mind, you know, like where stuff attaches, especially the shoulders. You know, just imagine, always imagine that you have your clavicles and the lateral half here. That's where the front head of the delt is gonna attach to. So just making sure that it's attached here, attached there, and there you go. That arm looks good. That arm here, don't need that here. Yeah, so that's gonna be your tricep in the back, your brachialis. This one here probably wouldn't be there. So you would have, let's sort these out here. Biceps, brachialis here. On the outside, on the outside here, on the other side, like you would have the brachioradialis group, but we can't really see that. So instead here, just gonna get your flexor muscles on the inside of the arm, forearm, brachialis, and then triceps. It's all gonna be just tricep here, tricep, and a little bit of a coracobrachialis, making its appearance right in the middle of the two, right in the middle of the triceps and biceps. Yeah, that'll make more sense. Otherwise, looks good. That looks good in the back. Just once again, having the shoulders reach out a little further in. Front looks good. And this here looks pretty good. That looks good. Maybe a little bit more mass in the shoulders, but mostly here, this arm, it's like he's got a shoulder on his armpit. So let's just organize this a bit better here. So you're gonna get your chest muscle going towards the humerus, the bone right here. Anyways, I'm just not gonna draw that, but so, and then up here you might see a little bit of the delt, and under all of that stuff slides the bicep right here, sliding underneath the deltoid and the chest muscle. Though probably most of that would be just the chest. Probably won't see much of the delt from this angle. Maybe a little. And then here in the middle, in the armpit, you're gonna have your coracobrachialis, a little bit right there. Right underneath the bicep. And then back here, your triceps. Triceps. All of that, triceps. And an elbow. And then brachialis here in the front, sandwiched in between the triceps and the biceps. And then then you get your flexor muscles on the inside. Your extensor muscles on the outside. The rest is good. It's just this area here, the armpit area, needed a little bit of cleanup. Not like 100% accurate, but the order is more on point at least. So I hope that helps. Let's move on to the next one here. So mostly shoulders. So just study those some more, and because the rest was really good. So it's clearly the weaker point. So that should make a pretty big difference once those are kind of figured out a little more. Moving on to Ryan here. That was good. Hello. So I wanted to get some feedback on my current process for sketching characters. I don't know that I'll be able to give, first glance at least, I don't know that I'll be able to say much about this. It looks really good. So I'm finding it hard to nail the subtleties in the face and thorax, predominantly female hips and waists and mid-upper back, as well as proper positioning of the character's feet. I'll often landmark things properly early in the sketch, but lose them when refining it. I usually correct these issues near the end with the liquefied tool, but I'd rather not have to rely on the tool that much. In addition to this, I'm also having issues properly judging the volume of the legs in relation to the rest of the body. I usually find myself making them too thick. In contrast to the upper body, on an average build character also make the mistake of making the torso too narrow on occasion. I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily a mistake more than it is a artistic choice. Because some people have very narrow waists, some people have very thick legs in comparison. There's a lot of variety in the world. So any additional feedback is greatly appreciated. And if you have any advice on hairline and hair designs. So yeah. These are quite good. This is really good. I like the build too. So I don't know, like when you were talking about the legs, if that applies here or no, but I don't see any problem here. Sure, she's got you know muscular legs, but so that's a figure that you'll see pretty often. You know, like women with bigger legs, especially if they work out a lot. Just the legs grow faster for females in general, at least, than the rest of the body. It's just a genetic thing. Yeah, I mean, I love all this. Great construction, great proportions. Sure, like if we look at the you know, like the hips area, maybe a little blocky in the front. Like the back looks really good. All of that, yes, yes, very nice. Yeah, from the front it's just like this here. Seems just a little strange, but like you might have the bump here on from this angle, but you wouldn't see it. You wouldn't see it here because it would be kind of within it would be right there, right? So if this is the oblique, it would be within the silhouette, and so it wouldn't show up on the outside here in the back. In the front though, it might, yes. Yeah. The way that I consider that I always think of this, you know, is you have kind of a you have to imagine the glutes and the legs as like two separate volumes when you build it. So always thinking of the glutes back here, even though you might not see them. So there'll be something like this here, and then the legs will be narrower than that, like it plops into that thing here. So the leg might connect here. So kind of like that break here in the silhouette. That's important. It's like a subtle thing, but it's pretty important. And sometimes that's going to be more or less. To recap, basically this thing here, a little out of place. Feels a little too strong, a little too squarish, a little too blocky. So if she had muscle, we might be able to see it in the front here, and the obliques, you know, like the lower part of the obliques that has a little bit more mass. So we might see it on this side here. That side that would be inside the body, or not inside the body, but inside the silhouette, so we wouldn't see it as much. And lowering this whole thing here, wherever your hips are, just making them a little closer to the pubis. And then yeah, and adding a little bit of a extra mass here in the back for this side of the glutes that we can kind of see. Because oh yeah, so that's what I was about to say. So you're gonna get here the gluteus medius attaching at the hip. That thing here is gonna create kind of like this bump, and then you see the gluteus maximus behind as it connects with the leg. And so here on the outside, you always get like a little bit of an extra bump. Hard to see right now. Let me draw it right next to it. Gluteus medius, gluteus maximus in the back, joint, tensor fasciae lata, and then the thighs, so the back here of the leg, front of the quads. It's this structure here that's kind of missing in your case. So it's pretty subtle, but it makes a big difference for female bodies, and making it feel more feminine. It's super messy. So hopefully that made sense to you. If to nobody else, but yeah, that's mostly the problem areas. I mean, it's not that big of a problem. Still looks good without any fix. It looks a little bit more manly, this area. And then the feet, real quick, they're just a little long. You know, like the distance here, a little too long, I would say. So maybe reducing that, lowering that joint here just a bit, and having that slope start a little lower. So yeah, it's very pronounced here from this angle. So on the inside, the joint's actually quite low. That would just start a little lower, or you could just, because it kind of looks like she's tiptoeing right now. And from the back here, the foot usually goes kind of that way to the side. It's, yeah, kind of like that, maybe a little bit more. A little bit more this way. So like the joint here on the outside is a lot more flush with the rest of the leg, a lot more prominent on the inside here because of that change of angle. Again, not the most clear example here, but you know, if you have like the joint here and the foot, it's not gonna be completely centered. It'll always be a little more this way. And shorter distance. This whole thing here, just compress it some more. But yeah, when you're talking about the hairline, I mean, that's perfect. That looks great. Face looks awesome. Love your style. Amazing quality to your lines. Like all these little hits of anatomy. All of that makes sense to me. Makes it look super cool too. Nice bonus. Yeah, and then advice on hair design. I mean, your hair looks good, so I don't know that you need much advice on that, but I don't know. Hair is like it is design. You know, you have it in the question right here, design. So it's just a matter of, you know, looking at a bunch of different types and using a bunch of different types of hairstyles, and eventually, you know, you'll be able to kind of mix and match those and take some from that one, take some from that one, kind of merge them together. Initially, it's just looking at a bunch of reference to see what's out there, what looks cool. I like stuff that adds a lot to the silhouette, but it's more of like a style preference. This looks really good, so I don't think I would change anything here. And yeah, like using a liquify tool, not a problem at all. I used to do the same thing, so it's just at some point you start using it less and less and less and less, and then everything just starts to work. It's the same with colors, you know, like just a few years ago I used to do a lot of color correction at the end of my paintings, like to try to adjust the contrast, adjust the balance of some colors left and right. Nowadays I kind of land on exactly what I want, so like any color, I always try to color change, but I always revert back to what I had. So there's never any change really needed, and so the same will happen. You'll just use it less and less, but as long as you're using it to fix something and it looks better as a result. That's all that matters. There's really no difference between you adjusting with liquefy or just redrawing it, as long as you're able to spot the problem, identify it, and then fix it. However you fix it, whatever, just choose the way that's the fastest. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't have a lot for the hair, to be honest. Like this looks great. Look at fashion magazines, you know, or fashion models with the crazy hairstyles. A lot of really cool ideas, like the way they attach it, and they create all kinds of like strange designs with like ponytails and like weird knots and stuff. More like, why would you ask hair advice to a bald person? Just kidding. But yeah, fashion models, really cool ideas. Because some of them have like accessories too in their hair, you know. Yeah, there you go. Look at this. Bunch of wild stuff. Some ways to, yeah, like how to style it, how to attach it, different kinds of knots, different kind of perms. This. And just like everything else, you know, you just start with just copying from reference, and then more and more you can wing it on your own. Still looking good. Yeah, I don't think I had seen you submit anything before, but happy that you're submitting. Quite a treat to review this. Really beautiful drawing. So moving on to Sid. So I'm trying a couple of different ways to design characters. I'm trying the silhouette method. I'm trying line art, shape based characters as well as I find that the line art characters feel easier to push further, but I feel like I will be missing out. I can't understand great amounts of characters. How do I push my characters further? They feel too rudimentary, and it's hard to find an anatomical correctness in silhouettes. You mean, so character design? Yes, character design, when you're focusing on the design, you would almost be past that kind of stuff here. So, you know, anatomy issues. When you get to the design part, like that should be mostly ironed out, and so because it's completely different, you know. The anatomy itself, just like the proportions and the gesture of your character, that's going to be like the foundation of your character. That's the foundation of a house, you know. It's like going to be like the frame of the house, and then you apply the finishes on top. That's what's gonna make it have that's what's gonna give it a style, like different kinds of furnitures, the different finishes. That's the design part. But whatever you slap it onto, that should look good already. Otherwise, you know, whatever, you know, however you dress it up, still, if it's fundamentally not correct, then the design's not gonna have an opportunity to shine. So anatomy first, super important. Always make sure that like if you're focusing on design and anatomy is still you know, a little bit of a struggle, which it is to probably most people. Maybe draw your silhouettes on existing characters. You know, you don't need to draw the silhouette yourself, or to draw the naked body yourself. You could use a reference. Could use a real person, like I'm trying to look for a figure. You could start with something like just making sure there's no nudity in here. Just don't want to get banned. There we go. You know, we could start with that dude here, or is he naked? Yeah. Or any of these, to be honest, and just draw the design on top. You know, so you start with something that you know is going to be correct. It's a photo. It's going to be anatomically correct. One would hope, and then yeah, and then you can have some more fun with just the design. Purely talking about design. You know, like everything else in art, always try to isolate the stuff that you're working on. It's the thing that you're trying to develop the most. That's why we tackle. That's why the program, you know, tackles different things in steps. You know, so we start with the naked body, with the gesture, and then the anatomy, and then the muscles. Like that's part of the anatomy, I guess. Then after that, the sculpting of the body, and after that some different clothes, you know, like more basic clothes, and then we go into character design where we use kind of all the stuff that we've seen so far, and then push it a little bit more and introduce new concepts, design. So yeah, so if you just want to focus on design, like I would separate those two, just like everything is separated in the program itself. So if you're working on design, yeah, just start with something where you don't have to worry about anatomy. Or maybe just do like an anatomy study first, and until you get something that's really good, like a really nice figure, and then use that to work on your designs when you know it's a good base. You know, like that guy is pretty good, not too far off. Maybe that leg here is a little short. Band here to make it more relaxed. This is not a whole lot of perspective in his like upper torso. You know, it's pretty straight. So unless there's like a clear bend in the leg, they should pretty much line up. Maybe one next to another, not too far apart. Anyways, just trying to create like a pose that's a little more relaxed than this. Not helping, bro. Alright, just go back to what you have. Alright, anyways, once you have that, once you have like a pose that feels pretty good, maybe that arm's a little short too. Beefing that up a bit. And then once you have a silhouette like this that you're like, alright, that was pretty good. I've checked it against real references. It looks like it's a real body, more or less. Then you turn that into a silhouette, and then you can slap a bunch of different items on top. You know, so start with something that's a little tighter, a little bit better constructed, and then work off of that. So pop a new layer from here, and then you can start to add a bunch of cool stuff on top. Got something here, maybe there. Is that a wing? Who knows? Maybe not. Maybe he's got some big boots. He's like a merchant in a desert. He's got like a big hat. Whatever. And then you have some fun with that, you know, but you're starting with something that's structurally better, and so your design should be better, and then you won't have to worry about anatomy when you're trying to focus on your designs. So I hope that helps. yeah, the majority here is just like the figure itself is a little more shaky, so you know it doesn't look, and you can tell that you spend a lot of time just making sure that the silhouette looks okay before adding details, and so it doesn't feel like you spend in comparison as much, you know, that much time on the design itself. So yeah, hopefully with something like this, you know, you'll be able to have a little bit more fun, not worry too much about anatomy. Anyways, hope that helps. Sit. Moving on. Nico with his beautiful rock heads. So this is the last bit of my yearly feedback. In May 2020, I submitted the piece below for critique for the first time. Now, a year later, the piece is on the right. It's been a big journey, and I can definitely see progress as far as the rendering giant stone head. I agree. I'm looking for the extra last bit of feedback on color, light rendering, and more before I have to retire from these weekly streams. I mean, of course, you're more than welcome to stick around. You know, nobody loses their access to the streams or anything like that. So I hope to still see you around. But yeah, man, that progress is pretty obvious, pretty clear. God damn. Yeah, remember this. I had no idea how much you would level up. Yeah, it's like a different artist completely. So yeah, that's ridiculous, the amount of progress. So yeah, that means a lot, Nicole. I'm really happy, really proud also. I hope you are as well. So feedback, I mean, a lot of stuff in here is just by the books. Everything works well. Solid values, good silhouettes, good volumes, good chunky faces. Everything is pretty symmetrical. Like maybe that guy's mustache is a little slightly off in the angle, I mean, it might continue a bit further out here. Is that right? Yeah, the angle feels slightly different on both, but I mean, it could be also. Maybe it's not 100% symmetrical. Maybe some of that would overlap a little more on top. Anyways, yeah, so really nice use of colors, warm versus cool colors. Awesome shading, good use of values. I mean, you know all this, but yeah, honestly not a whole lot I would say here, other than like, is this supposed to be metallic? Like, I would think it's all rock, you know, it's just like all sculpted in rock. Maybe it'd be cool if this was more metallic, like shinier. Corners, always catching a little bit more lights. All corners. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm sure if you spent, you know, another hour or 2 or 3 on this, you would probably find the same things that I could find. yeah, really not a whole lot I can say. Yeah, Nick, bruh. When it comes to rug heads of old beardy men, I don't think you need more help. I don't think I can teach you much more. And that's the best thing ever. So yeah, I wish I could say more. Yeah, no, the style is awesome. Like, everything fits that style perfectly well. I got nothing else other than huge congrats, because that is some epic progress in a year. I'm really excited for your future. I can't wait to see where you're gonna end up. Because yeah, that's professional stuff. So there you go. Only a matter of time before you start making bank with your art. Maybe you already are a little bit, to some degree. But I see a successful future ahead of you, and that makes me quite happy as a teacher. Hope to see you around still, Nico. Moving on to Joe. So, thank you. So it's been a while since my last, yeah, everything's good. Hope everything's good for you too, Joe. So it's been a while since my last post. I spent some time rewatching your art school and YouTube videos. I really like the videos about character concept portfolios, and I was hoping to get some feedback on this piece. Mainly I'm wondering how I did with the design, and if you have any advice on how to improve this piece when I add it to my portfolio. Oh yes, let's check it. Yeah, more than welcome to submit monthly, Nico, of course. It's just like at at a certain point you get to like your skills reach a goal. Your skills reach a point where you know that you could like render. You keep rendering something, and it would just get better and better and better and better and better. It's just that it becomes less efficient. It's just time that's not well invested. So that's why like I know that he could have rendered these better if he spent more time on the head. I mean, already super well done, but just that extra level of polish. You could always polish some more. Just zoom in and just keep adding more details. So when it comes to rendering, like I really don't have much else to teach. I would be satisfied if I painted it. So I'd be like, yeah, hell yeah, let's share that on social media. That's a good piece. So a lot of the stuff, for the years to come will be just small stuff. It's the diminishing returns part, where you've learned the 80% that was the most important part with like 20% of your time, and then all that's left is that 20% extra that you can get, like the extra polish that you can get. But that's gonna take you 80% of your time. So it's just like a slower grind to really get like that extra little bit of quality. And that's mostly just more observation. It's all stuff that he knows already that I can't really, there's really not much for me to point out. Maybe in different areas, like poses, maybe that'd be a different thing, or or an anime, that kind of stuff. But in terms of rendering, the rendering quality, he's got that part covered. So right on, Joe. So let's take a look at this. So wondering if I did how I did with her design. If you have any advice on how to improve this piece when adding it to your portfolio. Yes, number one, color choice here. Complementary colors, yes. But maybe a little too, like, I wouldn't have it in the frame. And like this yellow is not a cute yellow. That's not a pretty color to use ever, especially not in like a UI format. UI, like user interface. That's kind of, I don't know why I said that, but that's what it made me think of. More like the design of your character sheet, the graphic design elements. I would keep that to a minimum, you know, bringing back, oh, whatever, I closed it. Did I? Not that. Yeah, I closed it. But for something like this, just having like a simple bar at the bottom here, nothing too distracting. You want the character to steal the show. You don't want any of the layout to be too in your face, because that's really not important. So if you have a character in like I would write that down back here. So what this represents is this for a particular project, whatever. You can have that in here too. But for the rest, let the design speak for itself. Yeah, yeah. Mustard user. No, call the police. So, but also the yellow here was kind of competing with her, so that's kind of your accent color. And here, that's one of the more rare colors that you're using. It works great if it's on her, because then rarity just is gonna make it more visually interesting. It's gonna give it more visual weight as a result. But then you lose that the second that you use it somewhere else. The more that you have, think of it as I think that's what I mentioned in the classes. But think of like something precious, like on a big table, like a diamond. If you only have one diamond, or like in a store, and there's only one jewel only in that store, you walk in and you're gonna be like, oh, that must be expensive. That must be rare. There must be something special about this one gem. Why would they have only one? It must have cost their entire fortune. But then if you enter the same store and instead of having one, they just have like piles everywhere, just bags, like mountains of this on the counters, like all the same gems, like a flood of them. Would you expect them to be that expensive? Probably not. And then that's the rarity just gives it more importance. So if you spread that yellow everywhere, then the yellow doesn't become doesn't stand out anymore. It's being something different, something unique. So cut the mustard a bit in the layout. Same thing here in the back. It's not necessarily a bad thing, to have some patterns in the background here. If it helps to sell her design better. So like I'm looking at this in the back, honeycomb pattern. I look at her. She's got like a little bit of a excuse me. A little bit of a like a bee stripe kind of thing, and bee colors too. So if that's the character, if she's kind of inspired by bees, then that's good, because that's what it reminds me of. If that's not the case, then that's not good. But yeah, the more I look at her, the more I would think she's inspired by a bee. Let's see here. Mercenary, human, extravagant. L, what is this? Lawful neutral? Okay. So yeah, she's kind of like a queen bee, kind of a bee queen kind of character, then yeah, that's good. I would leave it. I would still change the color though, so going with that the theme of having the character be more unique, The same applies to the purple here. So the purple background, the purple character, you kind of, it makes it feel like she's kind of lost in like a fog almost, and you don't want that. You know, as a character sheet, you want the character to pop, to really pop. There's nothing else to distract us. So for the background, I would just probably tone down. Let's try a couple of things here. Maybe just make it much brighter so that she pops more. Having a white background for your design sheets, not a problem at all. You know, you could totally do that. Black also works. If you want to keep it kind of mid-gray, maybe just change the color to something that's a little bit more complementary. It's not gonna fight with the purple. Instead, it's gonna make purple stand out. You know, as like, oh, purple is rare. It's different. So yeah, like light green, the saturated green, the saturated bluish green, all complementary to the purple. And when it's desaturated, doesn't scream as loudly. Yeah, maybe something like that. And oops. And also having kind of a gradient in the background usually looks quite nice. So it could be gradient like just right around the character here to make her feel like maybe she's walking in front of like a light source or something. Or it can be just to simulate like a simple environment, like a simple studio. You know, where you're gonna have maybe the ground here, kind of what I was just mentioning to somebody else, forgot who it was, but like having the ground here maybe a little brighter because she's standing on it, and then it gets maybe darker in the room, and then the ceiling kind of takes over, or maybe it gets dark and then you can see the horizon all of a sudden, and so that's gonna be a little brighter behind there, and then it gets dark again because I don't know, maybe the sky is darker, but something in the background, like some sort of a more complex gradients always helps. But if you're not sure, just at least have something here to wherever you see the values of your character matching a little too closely the values of the background, you can tell here, you know, if it goes up or down, that's good. If it doesn't too much, it means that the value is a little too similar. Like that's too similar of a gray, so I would do something like this here to make the background pop. Maybe darken this area locally. You can always cheat, you know, the background doesn't need to make much sense. Can be blotchy, as long as it helps to show off your character. Anything goes. So in here, maybe that gets a little too dark now. So I don't want that. I'm gonna brighten it up in this area. So anything that you can do to the background to help make the character pop more, that's gonna help. Hell yeah, Nicole. Yeah, you better stick around. And I mean all of it, so yeah. So already, presentation's already a lot better. Next, on the character itself, you know, you can always introduce a little bit more gradients there too. So gradient from top to bottom, or from bottom to top. So right now, you know, like your purples here, saturation remains pretty consistent throughout, but you can introduce a gradient there. So everything that's lower to the ground, away from the focal point, the face, desaturated just a little bit. Maybe instead of this deep purple, go saturated and maybe a little cooler. So it's slightly different. And then you only get the extra saturation up there. Same thing with that one here. Maybe we saturate that one some more as you get closer to the top. And then up here, closer to her face, where you want the eyes to go more directly. It's more important here, and those colors just pop a little more. You can do the same with the gold also. So the gold is kind of the same yellow throughout, but everything that's down here, you can darken that a bit because they're not, I don't know, they're not being lit as much. A little darker and as much light back there, and then you get more light up here, and maybe some nice bright sparkles, a little bit of glare maybe. And just gradients, you know, already makes such a big difference. Let's not change the background, just change the outfit. Now suddenly it's like the eyes just pushed up a bit more. Yeah, and overall, just avoid black, you know, so these colors here, anything that we can't really see too well, avoid it. So design is meant to convey information, and so you want your design to really be visible, where there's no doubt what's what. So in here is this shiny? Also, like, materials could be another thing to add in here. So is this shiny? Maybe that part is catching a little bit of light. Helps define the volumes a bit better. Maybe here's a little bit of shadow because of that little flap. Yeah, that could be like super shiny or not. Like super shiny leggings. Or it's matte, and then maybe this is a little shiny. So all kinds of contrast that we could add. This is the kind of stuff that really looks good on a character sheet. Yeah. Your character looks great though. So yeah, it's definitely more like presentation. Kind of helping feature what you have already a little better. But she's got nice proportions. She's got a cool design. Like maybe I would flare these out a bit more. These things here, just so that from the front she's maybe a little bit more interesting, because like this is really cool. I like this a lot. So maybe trying to get that some more in the front. And I can't help myself, just a little more gradient here too, because why the hell not? Gradients just make everything more awesome. Anyways, couple of tricks that you could use. Hope that helps. And let's move on to the next one. Look at you. Excellent. All right, so still pretty busy, but getting going on some thumbnails for my Eurovision challenge entry. I'm working off some scenes in the music videos and creating images based on them that feature our characters. Could I get some thoughts from you regarding composition and what you observe regarding what makes these images work? What would you emphasize, change, or do differently if you were using these refs to render splash art? Starting from the sketch above. Okay, let's see here. You mean like what makes these work? What the hell? That's a weird one. What's happening? Why so depressed? Everything sucks today. I was watering my plants and then I just dropped the bucket and broke the stems. Ruined my gardening. Oh, and then my wife died. Wait a minute. Oh, she's not dead. I think I got the story a little wrong. Okay, no, you're talking about yours. All right. And then, what would you emphasize, change, or do differently if you were using these reps to render splash art? Gotcha. Okay, now I think I understand. What to change in these to make them work? Alright, so let's start with this one here because I think it's the one that triggers me the most. One thing I'm not a fan of here is all the horizontal lines. All of that here, you have some of the design of her arm, and it's flush with the side of the canvas. Some of the design elements on Vivier herself are straight also. You got some the frame back here, so a lot of like horizontal lines going on. And then she is kind of the sore thumb in there, where she kind of just stands out from that. Composition here not super interesting because of that. What would make this work? I think if you played with this design element here, this composition element rather, so something that's narrow and tall, and then something that's wide and flat. Have more of that throughout. So instead of having just those horizontal lines, maybe you have something in the back here that stands kind of just like Vivi does. Maybe like a shelf or something. Could be so essentially just more horizontal, more vertical elements to offset all the horizontality. Is that a word? Who knows? So maybe back here there's like a box, something else that's stacked on top. Maybe like a vase. Maybe there's a bunch of brooms here, kind of hanging on the wall. So yeah, a bunch of elements so that she doesn't feel so unique in here, like she's breaking all the flow. If you have more stuff that's vertical, I think that's gonna help. And then, trying to make her mom, is that her mom, right? Make her less horizontal. So it could be just moving the hand so that the hand kind of goes on her stomach, on her hips or something, like not there. Or maybe it goes out of the frame completely. Has it here, like she's covering her crotch or something. Don't punch me. Or maybe she's more passed out and her arm is kind of like this, And then you could adjust that too, because it's kind of straight but not, so it's like you're kind of following the same line, but then introducing like a weird curve, and it's almost like an arrow. Like all of these act as arrows, and so like we're following the direction. All right, it better be something great. It's just the corner of the canvas. I thought I was going towards something fun. So maybe, like breaking that up. It could be just that it's kind of folded a bit on itself and like leaning to the other side of her legs, maybe, like going in that direction. Yes, something like that. Anything to break those vertical, those horizontal lines. and introducing, in addition to that, vertical lines. I think that would help. And other than that, very nice. Very, very nice. Same here. Cool pose. Like that totally works. Maybe the feet a little too round. Let's just try to give these a bit more gesture. Yeah, the pose works pretty well otherwise. Maybe that would be bigger. It just depends how much, like how close you want the camera to feel. Like if it's a more intimate shot, then the foot could be bigger. So you get a little bit more of a foreshortening effect going on. If you want this to be more like he's isolated, like alone in a corner, and you want a shot to be taken from more of a distance, then don't do that. With distance, everything tends to flatten out. One thing I would avoid though is having his heel kind of touching the side of the canvas here. Did I do that? No, it was kind of like that already. So yeah, I would extend it. I would extend the frame more so that you don't have that. Could have maybe like a carpet too in here to sell the perspective, because otherwise it feels quite flat. He's the only one suggesting any kind of perspective, so maybe there's like a carpet here in the perspective of the scene. Just random idea. Could be cool to have maybe like something in front here. It just depends, again, like if he's meant to feel alone and isolated, maybe if there's a bunch of stuff in front, like we're kind of looking at him through like a bunch of junk, not necessarily junk, but that would make him feel more isolated just by default, because he's like on his own, split from the rest. Yeah, maybe something here in the foreground. Just like a tape. But essentially you just need something here. I mean, it doesn't need to be in the foreground. Maybe something here, like a little side table maybe in there next to the entrance. You have a bunch of stuff on it, on top of having those down here. Yeah, just need to fill up kind of this area, make that worth showing, worth drawing, worth including in your canvas. Maybe something else to tell the story, like why does it feel so depressed? Is he scared? Is he sad? Is he crying? Maybe something here that would indicate why, what's happening. Maybe he lost his shoe, and then like the shoelace is kind of, you know, kind of came off, and then he can't put it back on. He's like, what am I gonna do? I have a date. Yeah, just something to add to the story over there to fill up the space. Let's go. That one feels a lot better, like kind of centered, a little bit more neutral, not too much of a, like all those vertical lines almost feel like rain, you know, like that's nice. It almost adds like a lot of weight onto his shoulders, visual weight, just because of the direction of the lines here. So that one's actually pretty damn good. I don't think it would change much here. That could totally work the way it is, especially if you have like this being like pretty up close. You can see maybe like the details in the doors, maybe like a doorknob here and whatever. Create like some extra depth. Very cool. And this one here, always tricky to have two characters featured the same way, you know, same size, same scale. Usually something that would work better would be to have one that's clearly bigger, like the one that's more important in the scene. Maybe it's her. Or should be in front. It should be a little bit bigger, so you know which one to look at first. It can be either way. And this way also you don't have kind of like this empty space in between the two. Yeah. And then to match some of these things here. I don't know about that. Like everything about this sucks. There's the color, the gradient in the back. Ugh, it's such a depressing gradient. Like, what is this? Gray, white gray, warm gray. And then her color, skin color is also super desaturated. It's not like the prettiest image. But yeah, going off of that though, yeah, kind of just desaturated gray colors. It's just like it creates this weird mood where, like, you know, it's not meant to be lively. It's just kind of weird. It's like bad on purpose. That reference is quite nice though. Blue, super saturated blue with very dark but saturated reds. It's a cool combo. And slightly warmer tones here, a little brighter. That's nice shot. And here too, a little bit more like monochrome, you know, like black and white mostly. That too. So they're gonna be playing mostly with the lights in here, not so much with the colors. But still, there's a balance always, you know, like the warmth of the wood and the coldness of the light. Always that contrast between warm and cool colors. Same here, although it's a little more subtle, but like a warmer yellow, warmer green, no, warmer blue, and then a little colder blue. So those are the kind of things that you should be able to take from those references. So why do these colors work? Like, why is the color palette working in this case? What about the saturation of each color and their brightness, and like the ratio in which they're presented? So like a lot of blue, a lot of saturated blue, very little saturated red, but much darker too. And so just to pay attention to all those slight differences here. Billy, the other figures are all too close to the same distance and size from the camera. Oh, I see. Yeah. So yeah, Billy is pointing out that, you know, they're all kind of the same size, the characters. So they occupy about like a quarter of the image of the canvas, except these, like these, but these, yeah, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so maybe, you know, for example, again, like if this one was meant to feel more isolated, you could push him back even more in the frame, so he's really small, like a shot that's from a lot more distance. You know, kind of far in the distance, lost in the room, so we can see a little bit more what's going on around here. That'll be different, because then he's feels more lonely, feels more distant, varying the distance to the camera, the character's distance to the camera. I agree. So moving on to Jade. So Jade, yes, I am doing well. Hope you are as well. So today I'm bringing more confidence with me to show you this portrait. I still have 1 hour left of anatomy, but of Anatomy 1, but I've already learned a lot. Awesome. So my main concern is her hair accessories that are meant to be golden metal. Do they convey? Do these convey well this material? Ish. Also, if you have any critiques about the whole painting, for context, this character is one of my stellar guardians, the guardian of cancer. Dull and greenness. Got it. Right on. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's a good reference right here. So yeah, metals. You know, metals look like metals because of two main things: how shiny they are and how contrasting their shading is going to be. How much contrast is going to happen. So in your case, it's kind of an in between like a real leaf and a metallic leaf. Maybe more of a like a plastic leaf in a sense. So I think just two things, like those two things that I mentioned that you could just push in here would be the contrast. So everything like when it gets darker, you go to almost pure black. You know, kind of what happens here when there's no light that can escape. It's just black. Metals do get quite contrasty. And then your highlights. So punching up your highlights as well. And contrast kind of overall. So like where the leaf where it gets a little darker here because of the curve, then you go a little darker than you were doing already. And when it gets brighter, you go a little brighter than what you had already. And then when there's like highlights, like a specular highlights, then you go real bright. So let's say this area here is catching the light. You can punch it up quite a bit. And so yeah, this leaf here feels a little bit more metallic just because that contrast is higher. So darker shadows, brighter highlights, and a more abrupt kind of transition from one to the other. And so yeah, so I would say the same thing here, with all those details here. So just going a little darker when you can, and like in between those smaller details. Because metals, you know, metals by default are pretty dark. It's just that they're so shiny that they appear to be brighter, but their base color is quite dark. But if you take each of these here and like you punch up the details a lot more. Right, so that's probably too much, but you know, just these little bits of extra highlights here will make a big difference in making this feel more shiny, like something that's more precious. It's cleaner looking. And the other colors around reflecting on the leaves, yes and no. So it depends on the metallic substance. So some metals like gold have a color, like a distinct color. That's not real. That's not true. They don't have a color per se, but they reflect. They don't reflect all the colors. They absorb some of it, and that's why you get that golden tint, because it absorbs all the other colors, all the other frequencies. Most metals don't though. But what happens with gold is that purple being one of them is gonna get mostly absorbed, just like the purple that you would find in the white light, it will get absorbed. And so gold usually maintains its color quite well. But yeah, I mean, you could still have it a little bit here, a little bit of purple maybe in the areas a lot closer where it acts more like a mirror. Like on here on the inside. Let's say this gets a little darker, where the color or the color of the metal, like the amount of light reflected, like the yellow is not going to be featured as much when it gets darker. That's when you can punch out those reflections a bit more. So like the purple reflection in this case would work quite well. But in the highlights, when you see the yellow clearly, not as much. But metals aside, this looks good. Very good. So I'll say maybe like the skin tone is a little dead looking, you know, not super. I mean, you could definitely be a little warmer, a little more saturated. Depends also, like maybe the character's meant to be this way, like not necessarily like an undead character, but more of a sickly character. And it's just like in the shadows here, maybe you could warm that up a bit. In the highlights also, a little more saturation. Doesn't need to be too much, just a little bit is gonna bring her to life. It makes her feel more human too, like the cheeks maybe a little redder, where you have like more blood vessels. And the ears as well. Ears always a little more bloody. The nose maybe. Just bringing some warmth, some life in her skin tone. Let's try just real quick. And the other thing I was gonna say also is a little more contrast. So in your darker colors, so like here. Maybe just like when I see black here, you know, around the eyelashes, that tells me, all right, so this is the darkest that you can go. And so when you don't use dark, like when you don't use this much dark, this much black for areas where there would be no light otherwise, then that's when there's a little bit more of a disconnect. If everything was kind of low contrast, you know, so like the hair and the skin is, you know, like nothing goes to pure black here. It's all quite light. I would carry that in the eyes as well. One or the other. So either you go low contrast everywhere or you go higher contrast everywhere. But anyways, like skin, let's try. Well, now she's dead. Where's my gradient map window? Literally, where did it go? Huh? Can't find it. Am I crazy? No. What is going on? There we go. That's weird. It's not there. Oh, is this there? No. That was it. It was hidden in a corner. Sneaky gradients. Just want to slap like a quick gradient on here just to show quickly how warming up the color, the skin tones can help bring a character to life. So I mean that's kind of even everywhere. Could be much better than this, but it adds something, you know. It makes it it looks more like skin, just a little more. This on top of like the redness of the face, the subtleties of the face complexion, I think would be quite nice. But yeah, so like I was saying, the last thing I wanted to point out, as I said, the how you use this as your darkest color. Let's go. Let's commit to that, and let's do the same. Apply the same logic here in the hair. So probably no light would escape from there. Probably no light would escape from here. Probably some parts here where the light would not be able to escape. And I think it would make a big difference to just apply that kind of contrast everywhere, since you already have it with the eyes. I mean, I say everywhere, but it's mostly just the hair because the rest is already good. Yeah. Sorry, one last thing before I move on. I need to speed things up, but the chest here feels quite flat. You know, in reality, it kind of comes towards us just ever so slightly. So there would be a change in light there. So maybe a little darker here, right after the clavicles, and then the chest kind of push things out, and then you create kind of the slope here, and a slope for the light as well. And so at the bottom here, the bottom of the slope, the light or the skin will be able to scoop up a little bit more, a little bit extra highlights. But yeah, and that helps, Jade. Super nice. Yeah, it's just like small rendering nitpicks, but the drawing itself, very beautiful. Beautiful face, beautiful composition. And so we move on to Santiago. Save this. And I forgot yours. What? Did I? Did I skip somebody? Skip you, Greg? Let me double check that. That's not good if that's the case. Announcements. Where are we? No, I had Jade, and then Santiago, and then Joe, and then Robin, Cody, Rui, Timo, Kevin, Alessandro, Warren, Vicky, Pika, Billy, Sami, Curtis, Greg. No, you're just a little bit later. Towards the end. Don't you worry. I haven't skipped you. I wouldn't do such a thing. Alright, Santiago, it's getting cold. You're very welcome, Jade. I'm looking forward to see the final of this one. I'm excited. Alright, Santiago, so I just started this very, very rough sketch for fine art. I'm gonna work on. I wanted to show you, Jesus, I can't read at all. My mouth is moving faster than my thoughts, or is it the other way around? My mouth can keep up. I wanted to show something a little more polished, but I'll be busy for the rest of the day, so I wanted you to help me because I'm not used to this kind of flexing poses, so I'm having a hard time with it. Let's see. Flexing poses. Ooh. That's pretty good. That's a pretty convincing pose. Pretty good. The main issue is gonna be mostly proportions. So the legs, yeah, look pretty good. Length maybe, yeah. Maybe, yeah, maybe the anatomy here of the inside of the leg. So that it's not just like this big ball, but so yeah, double check anatomy here, or take a photo reference of yourself, also sitting in that position. That would do just fine. But yeah, the legs look pretty good, good proportions. The issue is mostly with the length of her arms. So this distance here, primarily. Let's try to extend that a bit. That's better. This one here, I think we could do the same treatment. Can't really go any lower, right? So let's just have her go wider. Reach a little wider. And then it's kind of long enough. If you go like this. Maybe we could like lower this shoulder here. And when you go like that, and when you have your elbow out, it rotates your shoulder forward. And so it makes it poke in the front here. You see how it kind of pushes against the front a little more. So we could adjust maybe the silhouette here for her left side. Goes up to it a little more, so I think the ball of the shoulder maybe a little higher. It looks very nice otherwise, man. Since I lowered the shoulder here, maybe make that a little bigger, or maybe have more of a, maybe have that arm get a little bigger to kind of suggest that it's coming towards us a bit. A little foreshortening here. But yeah, that feels really good. Yeah, last thing, maybe just the length of her neck, a little short. Elegant, long neck lady. Well, it helps, Santiago. Yeah, didn't have to change much, to be honest. Really, really good sketch. Moving on to Joe. What up, Joe? So normally I'd call this done. This starred one. There we go. But I'd like to push it further. When I add colors, it seems to get worse. Would you critique this and show me a few ways you would approach improving it? Yes, sir. So it depends if you want to go towards something that's similar to this. But what I always try to, any coloring, the second that you add color, what you want to avoid, what really doesn't look too good, is going from like a saturation is a big word here. It's not super saturated, but to any level of saturation to gray or almost pure gray. This is not a good color. So one thing you can do is try gradient maps. Again, let's try that. Like that looks pretty damn good. Like your shading is nice, and so the gradient map kind of shines a little more as a result. If you want something that's a little bit more pale, you can do that too. Gradient's magic. Not the most exciting gradient, but that's kind of the easiest way to color something, because then you can just try a bunch of different things, and you don't have to commit to anything. You can always go back and change it. Yeah, if you use layers, on top of your gradient, on top of your shading, like grayscale shading, that never looks too good. You have to do a lot of different steps to make it look decent. Like how you would have to tint your grayscale a little bit, depending on what color the underlaying material has. So there's definitely a lot more processing to do, a lot more rendering to do. Gradient maps just gives you all of that for free. Every bit of the value range you can tweak to make it whatever you want. So yeah, to color, I would try that if you have access to that in the if you have Photoshop or another software that has gradient maps. If not, you could do a combination of, it's just like, that's why, that's the reason why I never include the highlight in the gradient map, in the grayscale. The highlights will go on top of that, on top of everything, on top of the colors. So lighting comes last all the time. So first you would start with something like this, something that's just shading, no highlights, no lights. And then you could up a new layer maybe, or let's just use the same thing here. You could tint that a bit. Tint the grayscale. Make it a little bit red. Can brighten this up a bit. Then on top of that, you could apply a flat color, flat gradient. not gradient, what am I saying? Just a flat color. Color flat, there you go. So now you have at least two things to play around with. So you have the color of your grayscale, and then you have your flat colors on top. On your flat color on top. That's already a lot better than just having an overlay layer. So now at least you can tweak the lights and the shade, the shadows. So maybe this is not warm enough. You could warm it up some more. Make it more red maybe. And the idea, that's not even the right one. But for the shading, you want to have something that's as neutral as possible, so you don't have too much highlights, because you're gonna apply some flats on top. So the flat's gonna control the value. So for your shading, really just shade the stuff when it's dark, and for everything that's light, that's not really impacted by any shadows, just leave it white. So it's purely just the shading, the darkness in the shading. Anyway, so if you want something to be like much more vivid, you can play around with that and play with the highlights. And then on top of that, you would have another layer, then that you would set to overlay, and that's when you would have your highlights here on the body. And again, having this on a separate layer, it's nice because you can change it independently of the rest. Let's see, highlight on the cheeks, on the nose, the lips, whatever. And then if you don't like that color, you can always change it. Different one, maybe warmer, maybe cooler, whatever you prefer. And then that's how you would kind of compose everything if you don't have gradients. So shading, flat colors. So shading, again, don't have a mid-gray color. I mean, of course, it's just like your background, but keep it mostly white. It's just like adds darkness in the shading when there's no light. That's it. Whenever there's light, just leave it white. And then on top of that, you slap on the flat colors and then the highlights. So kind of breaking up the process a bit more. And resume with Cody here. So. All right, so I'm working on my first commission for a friend, and would like to know if you have any tips. The character is a timid Furbolg druid with magical runes, which he uses to charge his various abilities. I plan on adding a forest background, a few more runes, and maybe a satchel to add some trinkets, a hint at his backstory. Right on. Most everything is as per the client's request, though, so there are some elements that get obscured by the nature of the pose and the clothing, which he also chose. So the bracelet on the left arm and the loot on his back. Let me know if there's anything I can improve, and still you wish to close the figure drawing it on a shirt about. Right on. All right, well, proportions look good. So, nice character. Feels like nothing is too long or too short. His pose makes sense to me. The feet look pretty good. Yeah, I don't think I would change anything at this point. Maybe, if you wanted to make him feel a little more grounded. Kool-Aid spiked water. Serious stuff, Peyton. So if you wanted to make him feel a little more grounded, you could kind of like bend the toes here, so because right now he's kind of just like touching the foot, touching the ground with the tip of his foot. But if you want to make it feel like he's about to take a step forward, then you could. Let me just hide this thing here. Could go a little more like that, you know, just like bending the toes. That's it. Yeah, hands look good. Face looks good. Got a turtle on his head. Poor turtle. And yeah, the outfit looks quite nice. So it's kind of wearing this. Looks like a one piece with a jacket on top. But it looks good. Like your folds look pretty good. You know, in terms of folds, always focus where it matters the most. You know, in the like around the crotch. Usually that's a big one. You're gonna get a bunch here depending. Like if it's tight at the waist, maybe you're gonna get a bunch of. Like if it's loose at the waist, you know, and he's using kind of like a sash to keep everything in place. And there's gonna be a lot of loose fabric that needs to go somewhere, and so it's gonna be all those extra folds here the waist, and maybe you could have like that sticking out here, if that's, you know, if the pants are meant to be, if he's got pants rather than just like a one piece. Oops, that makes no sense here. But yeah, and around the sash again here. So whenever you have something that pushes against, that exerts a force against the folds, you're gonna get, or against the fabric, you're gonna get. Oh man, I can't talk anymore. You're gonna get a bunch of folds as a result. And so if you have this belt here, kind of just tightening everything, then the jacket also is gonna have some extra fabric, aka creating a bunch of folds. But this thing here, always nicer when the cut is yeah, no, not really, but you could have kind of like the layering be a little bit more visible. Maybe it sticks out some more. Anything to make the silhouette more interesting, because right now silhouettes, there's not a whole lot to it. And so if you can have, yeah, like flaps here, the fabric kind of sticking out, impacting that silhouette, giving it a little something extra. Same thing here, you know, maybe that flap is kind of sticking out here because he's moving, you know, maybe this leg here moving forward kind of push the flap out of the way, and so now it's kind of just there. The upper body looks quite good though. Maybe here in the arm, showing the logic, but let's say you have the arm like this going into the forearm. So as this thing goes down, the curves will be angled downwards. You know, like as you're drawing kind of like a simple cylinder here, going towards the bottom. And then this part of the arm then comes towards us, so it changes the direction. And instead now we're gonna get something that's coming towards us. And so the folds will also follow that. So all the folds down here point downwards because that's the direction of the cylinder. And all the folds going this way or coming towards us, they're gonna follow still the same curve here. So kind of both essentially pointing towards the same direction. And so you're gonna get, yeah, these types of folds here. Curve there, and then the extra fabric is just gonna hang on the side here. But you had the right idea. So I just erased it because probably want that to be a little lower. If I look at like the distance between the shoulder here and the elbow, a little bit more I think would probably work best to match the other side. But yeah, overall the folds look quite good. So like just composition wise, and I know that's it's a request, so I don't know what's allowed, what's not allowed, but like the staff here kind of just, it adds a lot of that, those vertical lines. Might be nice to have it angled a little bit so it doesn't follow everything else, to make it again a better, more interesting silhouette. Like if he just had it tilted a little bit this way, and like he just poked it in front, he's about to take a step, instead of kind of carefully, you know, carrying it this way. If he were using it more as a walking stick, then yeah, you could add a little bit of an angle this way, and then you would have like something that sticks out in the back. You would have a line here going across all those vertical lines, so you wouldn't have that, like that verticality so strong. Might be cool. Yeah, so that's it. And then mentioning plan on adding a forest background, a few more runes. Haven't. Are these runes? Are these? Yeah, so if that's the case, then yeah, probably a few more would be better so we can see them. Now that I just look at this guy, he's got a pretty thick neck too. Orient that here, backwards. So the neck, you know, real quick, and the head, and the main shape for the neck is always going to be this. It's like curving back, because that's the spine, and then it curves in and out again to the tailbone. So before it curves back in, it kind of has this slope here, this the slope at the going towards the back. And so when in doubt, always add the slope, looks more natural. And okay, yeah, slightly shorter neck, not shorter neck, but less wide. Looks like an F1 driver. Yeah, satchel will be cool, you know, if you have like something here, again, to add to the silhouette, because this is pretty flat, pretty straight, pretty boring. Otherwise, you know, having this helps a little bit, but it's not that much. Yeah, if he's got like something here, again, that sticks out, that deforms the silhouette even more. That could be cool. Side here, little bag. Yeah, so this guy is a druid, huh? Druid. Yeah, a lot of it will be in the colors, like the kinds of the items that he's got. So maybe like some leaves, some foliage, or some fur, you know, from animal pelts. Some animal parts, maybe like, you know, turtle. That's one thing. Maybe he's just all about turtles. Maybe he's got more stuff. Like maybe he's got like a Dragon Ball, you know, get a turtle shell in the back. Or maybe he's got turtle. I don't know what else is made out of turtles that he could carry, but yeah, like more nature stuff. So the turtle helps, but other things that make him connect more with nature. Because right now he's wearing a bunch of clothes, you know, that's not natural. It's man-made. So anything that comes straight from nature, I think would be nice. Yeah, to help just represent this guy as being this druid. Obviously he's a druid. Right now it looks more like an explorer, like an adventurer that has a passion for nature. Yeah, more runes and like more nature elements, unprocessed nature elements. That'd be quite nice. And that helps. Very cool. And yeah, of course, like the forest backgrounds gonna help quite a lot too. Right. Might do that too, Greg. Ruin, so hope you are doing well. This is based on an ancient poem. The mountain spirit is waiting for her human lover. Her pet is a red leopard. Would be happy to know your opinion and where I should work more. Oh, we got two faces. This one feels a little bit more younger. This one definitely has more of a mature vibe. I don't know, I kind of like this one. I think this one fits better. The more commanding, you know, presence that she has. That looks really good. Beautiful colors. Really cool character. I love all the motion and the fabric here. Very nice. That's the reference. Oh, nice. It's a good reference. Good job finding that. That looks really good. So I would say maybe just composition wise, not a whole lot. It's really good. Like maybe I would adjust this a little bit so that it doesn't come so close to the edge. It's one of my pet peeves here. Just shave off a little bit of it, and I think you'll be golden. Or else just have it kind of just cross. You know, it's massive, and so there you go. Just don't let it touch. Can't touch the edges. It's the law. And then maybe something here, you know, like something to fill the void there. What could it be? It could be just maybe like like a rock and some bushes, some like vegetation, like in front of the lake, you know, like on the side of the lake, on the shore, before the lake, just to fill this area here, so that it's not all empty. I like that we see it. It's very pretty back there. Nice, really, really good colors. But something else maybe to make the connection between the foreground and the background. Like, oh yeah, that's right. Like the shore of the lake is right here. She's right next to it. Otherwise, it feels like she only occupies half the canvas and then nothing else. Like she doesn't touch the rest. I feel like you need a little extra here. And then a little bit of lighting. So gradient wise, I think we could maybe like darken this part to bring all the attention towards her face more. It's already pretty successful, you know, like the bright red that you have here, everything being brighter around her face. But I think we could push that even more, because right now, like her pants, they compete a little bit with the leopard. So I think that's gonna make the animal more present if we kind of tone down here the pants just a bit. The value of the pants, I mean, essentially to go and get something a little more similar to this, right? So the top here is pretty bright. The bottom here can get pretty dark, even in the brighter spots, it's darker. So a little more of that, I think would be nice. Then maybe some more light on him or her, on it, because she's quite bright up here. You know, there's a lot of light clearly, and some of that would for sure make its way onto our pink leopard here. Maybe on top of the head. Some of that fur might be catching some of those highlights. Maybe part of the neck here. I love what you did here, you know, like the shadow and then the light back there. Oh yes. So it's just essentially you're just carrying that in the front as well. That bright highlight. That'd be quite nice. and then I would make a little more sense of the folds here. I know it's kind of floating here. It's not. Yeah. None of that makes much sense, but it's just as a result, and it feels like it's in the water. It doesn't feel like wind, because the fold in the wind would be a little bit more predictable. In the water, it's all random. It's all floating. No real force is applied to anything, and so it just kind of floats chaotically, just like hair in the water. It's like, ooh, but this looks like nothing. But with just wind, then you gotta have something that's you gotta have like clear forces going in clear directions. So maybe I would introduce a little bit more of that. So like sorting out the folds. If this is supposed to be a spirit, is that it? The mountain spirit is waiting. Oh, I see. All right. Good point, Greg. Yeah, in that case, then leave it the way it is. But I would like render some of these folds a little bit better, so that, you know, the ones that are more chaotic, the ones that are more abstract, don't have as much weight, as much visual weight. So, you know, like around here, maybe going in a little and like making more sense of those here, like how they're laid out, tightening up the shading around some of these folds, so that when the folds get a little bit more abstract, then you don't notice too much. You know, we kind of have something else that's more coherent to go back to and make sense of it. So like around her wrist here, maybe rendering that a little more carefully. Spending a couple more minutes on these, on the folds around the focal point only. Like, don't go too far. But I think that'd be quite nice. That helps. Man, those colors are really pretty. You did a really good job here. Nice. Moving on to Timo. A question. As I told, my goal is to be a freelance illustrator, and for that I need an audience. An online audience, yep, for your work. If someone just makes good art with random illustrations and another one has its own world and stories to tell, how big of an impact do stories, original characters, and continuity have in getting followers? Not much, to be honest. So the stories, original characters, continuity, if anything, having original characters is a negative in that sense, because you're starting with a handicap compared to somebody that might do like fan art. And the reason is just nostalgia. You know, if you have somebody that really likes something like a show and the show's not airing anymore, or it's just hype around a particular character or TV series or whatever it is, then there's going to be a lot of buzz around that character. And if you do a fan art of it, it suddenly opens up your audience not only to art lovers, but to people that liked that particular thing that you're doing a fan art of, you know. So somebody might not really care for artists, except if you're drawing something that has to do with I don't know, like a brand that people really like a fan art, or like a TV show that people really love, you know. And maybe the people that watch the TV show, they don't really care about the art, they just love the story, but they love everything about the show maybe. And so if you know, they might not be art lovers, but then if you do a really good fan art of something that they enjoy, there's a good chance that they'll enjoy that, even though they might have not enjoyed just the art for the art itself. So that's what you're kind of playing against here. I'm not big into fan arts. I don't ever do fan arts, basically. So my stuff's always original. It depends what your goal is, again, you know. So if you want to, a good balance, I think is important. So having maybe something, having a number of original characters, because that's going to be, well, it depends. If you do freelance illustrator, illustrators by default are fan artists. You take the designs that exist already from a particular project, and then you create a cool illustration around that. So in a sense, design is not as important for you if the illustration is really what you want to focus on. So yeah, then doing fan art would be a good idea. You know, like really cool fan art, like characters that you like, that others might like too, and then place them like really, really cool illustrations, really cool situations, a lot of storytelling. That would do great for your social media presence. Continuity, stories, yeah, for sure it helps. I don't think it helps much. What helps the most online is your consistency, so how you never stop posting, you know. So there's a even if you stop posting one day and you've been posting daily for a long time, that one day that you're not posting is gonna hurt you a lot. You know, it's almost like working out. It takes a lot to build muscles. It really takes little to lose it all. So it goes away faster than it comes. And so the second that you stop, that's when you're kind of screwing yourself. Sometimes you don't have a choice, but consistency, the most important online. If you always post at the same time regularly, maybe not the same time, doesn't matter, but you know, like every day, for example, or every other day, or every second day, or every 3 days, whatever. But yeah, like what Peyton's saying, you know, like working on original characters, that kind of stuff, and like creating stories. That's great if you're gonna be a concept artist. Those are the exact things that you want to focus on. Those are the exact skills that you want to highlight and feature. I can't help but talk about muscles today. You guys did it. So consistency. And then just consistency like across the board. So consistency in how you're improving, consistency in just the kind of art that you create. You know, so what you don't want to do, that's not the right way to say it, but what you don't want to do or what you want to do to make sure that you get as many subscribers as possible is that you keep, or followers, you keep doing the same thing. You know, so it for your art, you know, your art growth, not the best thing, but one thing that would be the equivalent of like shooting yourself in the foot is if you do like a bunch of environments and then you change to characters all of a sudden after a few weeks posting just environments, and then you go back to environments again, and then maybe props, and then, you know, if the direction of the art, if your style and if the direction of you as an artist is not clear to people, they don't like that as much. And so that's why, you know, you'll see accounts where all they do is just like do like paint overs or studies of photos of cute girls and their own style, and it's just that's all they do every day, the same. It's pretty and people like it, so they'll get a lot of followers because they know what to expect. They know the frequency. They know, oh, I'll get something new today, or I'll get something new every other day with this guy, and I know what to expect, and I like that. That's why I followed him. So those are all great to build an audience. Not necessarily, the problem here is that what's great to build an audience is not necessarily good for you, for your growth as an artist. That's always what you have to battle. But I hope that explains it at least a little bit. If a mixture of the two would be reasonable. Original characters to showcase your creative stuff, but fun art. Again, it depends of the of your goal, you know. So if you're going for a more design oriented career, then original characters are exactly what you should be focusing on. And yes, to answer your question, yes, it's going to be a balance, but the ratio will change quite a bit. So for example, if you're design focused, then I would recommend that you have maybe like 20% of your portfolio that has fan art stuff, you know, designs that you didn't create, but just to build your audience, and then the rest of it, the bulk of it, should be your own original stuff. If you're if your portfolio is more towards an illustrator career, then that'll be the opposite, you know. So mostly fan art, and then maybe some original content. But yeah, having both I think is important. It's just the ratio you just need to adjust depending. All right, Kevin. What's up, Kevin? So this week I really focused on 30-40 minute gestures and the mannequin. I also did a few 2 to 4 minute gestures. How are these? What can I improve? And am I ready for the next level? I also added where I was before a year ago and where I am now, so some months after starting your art school. This coming week, I'll focus on perspective and challenge myself with a room or a landscape. Be critical. I need to get right on. Nice. One year ago, and then now you do this in 2-4 minutes. I think that speaks for itself. Yeah, that's some healthy progress right there. So let's take a look at the longer poses. Very good. These are really good. What can I say? This one feels a little bit like a kid because I mean, already he's got pretty short legs, so there's that. Real humans have quite short legs. You'll see some models though, sometimes like some fashion models will have legs that are where the crotch is at the halfway point, so it does exist, but it's more like an ideal physique that very few people have. But that would make him more manly. But if you're working off of just this reference here, the main difference and why yours feel maybe a little younger as a result, I think it's mostly the feet. Like how narrow his ankles are compared to yours, and yeah, kind of the overall shape of the leg here. Moving that bump here just a little higher, making those legs a little narrower. It just makes it feel like his frame is smaller, but he's packing more muscles, and so as a result, it looks a little bit more manly. If everything is thick, then the muscle mass doesn't feel like it's that significant. Maybe it's just fat, or maybe it's just a kid without much definition. So like how this goes in, goes out. Push that some more. Boom, boom. And also, like, the size of the face is gonna play a big part too. Like, he's got a slightly bigger head. If you give him a small head, that's a trick, to make characters appear bigger than they are. Just make the head smaller. Imagine if he's like this. Obviously too small, but now it's like, whoa, what kind of weird person is this? Is he huge? A huge body? Because the heads of most characters, that's kind of a constant, and it rarely changes that much. The skulls are pretty pretty standard across the board. Like it's gonna vary maybe by like 10%, 20% at most between adults. I mean, but like you wouldn't have somebody that has a skull that's like twice as big. You know, that there's no way. And so if you do make it like twice as small, then if the head is one thing that remains constant against different body types, then it must be the body that changes. And so if the head is smaller, then you would make the association that it's probably the body that's bigger then. Yeah, also he's got no beard. But the size of the face is gonna play a big part. Like he's got super small eyes in comparison. Like your guy's got big eyes. Bigger eyes look cuter. Usually tend to make the face, yeah, cuter. As a dude, you know, getting told that we're cute is not the best. Doesn't make us feel that great. Oh, he's so cute. What? What did you say? Better take that back, bro. Smaller eyes, though, suddenly makes him feel older, more mature. Yeah. Yeah, a lot more controls now. A lot more control now over your lines. It's just way better understanding of what it is that you're drawing. Better understanding of the construction of your characters. Yeah, these are really good studies, dude. Really good. Really, really good. Line quality is still a little hairy. So I would force yourself to be. If I were you, I would force myself to be a little bit more confident. You know, just use Control Z more. But yeah, if you trace a line, and it's like instead of going like this, you know, whenever you find yourself doing that, just stop right in your tracks, and instead try to use a long line. And whenever there's a curve, unless the curve breaks, then that's a secondary line. But when there's a nice continuous curve, just do one brush stroke, and then when it changes direction here, another brush stroke. Changes direction again, another brush stroke. And try to keep them to a minimum. And if you fail, you know, the first one might not be the best. Undo it, do it again, undo it, do it again. Because you have to force yourself. Otherwise, you'll always stay with what feels more comfortable. Those smaller lines, more shaky lines. Fake it until you make it. Well, that helps. Pretty good stuff. Right, Alessandro. The boy is back. Oh. Hello. Oh man, that looks cool with the colors. Yeah, hello. Colors in the background. Yeah, it's going really well so far. That looks really good. Really nice shading. Right. Still have a super hard time on those things. Encrusting the sky with the rest of the background. I'm not sure I'm using the right word, so encrusting. I'm not sure either, but I understand what you mean. Yeah, crust, because crust is like a crust, like pizza crust. But yeah, like combining, or yeah, I see you. Gotcha. And same problem with the character and the background. Too much contrast maybe, but I want some contrasts. Or I just have to put some lights and my problem will disappear. Yep. That's where I would go. You know, if you don't want to lose the darkness of it, because it is quite nice. It's dark, but you have enough contrast where everything reads nicely. And your shading is nice too, so there's no questions. Like, it's not too dark. It's not like it's dark overall and you can't see anything. It's just a darker mood. But darkness means opportunity for nicer, not for harsher, not harsher, that's not the right word, for more intense highlights. So, you know, if you have like, if there's the sun somewhere in here, kind of shining through the clouds, somewhere in here, and just some god ray just slaying right on his face, right on top of his body here. Oh, that'd be quite nice. Right up here. Because right now we have light, but it's not clear where the light's coming from. It's kind of just overall light. But if you give it direction, that could be quite sexy. And yeah, and then that would kind of solve the brightness problem, because the silhouette would be very clear. Your background could be kind of as dark as you want it, doesn't matter. Tail here, we kind of lose the tail a bit, but with some highlights, it's back. In his case, I mean, you could still like lower the brightness on the legs here, especially the lower legs, because it doesn't really point, like no faces of the lower leg point upwards. The feet will, but the legs itself, you know, it's kind of just a cylinder that goes straight down. So if the lighting is coming from directly above, then yeah, could tone that down a bit, right below the knees. And then yeah, and then the feet then could catch some of that light. The rocks also could be a little brighter. You receive the sun directly. But yeah, tempting. Very tempting. Because it's already high contrast, so just maybe commit to that. Go full contrast. Otherwise, yeah, you're kind of gonna need to tone down the background. Not necessarily tone down, like you could do a little, I call it just adding air behind the character. That works too. So let's say we take the original here. To make his silhouette pop some more, you can always locally brighten up the background. So it could technically be quite dark everywhere. But as long as the silhouette pops, that's all we care about. So, in this case, it could be something like that. Would be cool too, you know, makes them pop quite a bit. It could be just fog, you know, breeze from the some humidity from the ocean. Maybe a combination of those two things. Maybe that's too much. A little bit less. Yeah, in your case, it's gonna be mostly presentation. So fine tuning those values a bit. I think like figuring out like a better, more coherent light setup. So something that's very clear, where you can actually, you know, imagine where the light is. Is it this way, that way, this way? Something that's a little more directional. And yeah, just making that character just pop a bit more from the background. Whether you do something like this, or whether you just brighten everything, or add more rim lights around your character. I think all these things would be valid. Now we're talking about the sky and the horizon. So I think that looks pretty good. What you did here, And that's actually what it would look like for the most part. So a brighter ocean. It's daytime, right? So the ocean the ocean is always going to be quite bright, as long as there's any kind of light that can go through the clouds. And so yeah, you could have like some thunder clouds back there where you know, it might be carrying rain or something. But up here you have some light kind of going through and brightening up the ocean. So yeah, that looks good. Looks really good. Maybe you could go a little darker as you go towards the in the water here, as you go towards the horizon. I mean, depends or not. You know, you can do that if you want to have some highlights, like some the result of the god rays on the ocean here. So maybe some spots are a little brighter. But what you have, yeah, that works too. Like some of these rock formations back there, those could be a little darker to match the clouds. You know, the clouds are quite dark. So we don't want that to clash too much. So it should share similar values and have those have more and more contrast as you come towards the foreground. But yeah, considering you have the character in front here, I don't think this area is too much of a concern. Yeah, and this green here, like the green, the warmer green, I think it stands out a bit too much. So I think I would go towards something more blue, just to kind of like the fog that I have in the background here, just to contrast your red wings. So just cooling down your colors essentially. And it's not super sunny outside, so it makes sense. The colors would be quite cool. But yeah, I mean, it's just small stuff. Man, that's it's really cool. Really cool painting. Very nice. All right, so moving on to Warren. I'm good. How are you? I don't have much this week, but I wanted to go back to my figure studies since I don't think they're that good. I need much more practice on them, and I'm not sure how well I'm doing with dynamic poses. If you have any advice and on how I can improve the line work of this piece, I'd really appreciate it. And I'm looking to replicate this sort of style too, which might be very advanced or not at all, regardless. Any tip? But you think this style, this here? It's pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, I like the suggestions of a lot of these shapes. So you know, this is just like a little brush stroke there, but it indicates kind of the fold between the stomach and the legs. Highlights the outside of the elbow. This little thing here just reads as the arm and the hand, even though it really looks like nothing otherwise. Yeah, pretty nice sketches. It's a cool, expressive style. I like it too. So the highlights of this style though are, is that it's pretty sketchy. There's a lot of suggestion of volumes without having to like outline them completely. And also some leftover from the construction of the character. So like this line here, That's just part of the construction. That's what the artist was thinking about when I'm guessing at least. That's what they were thinking about when they were constructing this body here. They're like, all right, so that's gonna be like the butt here, and then where the leg goes, all right, leg plops right in there. And then keep going with the rest. Like this here is just more messiness and just more messy lines. It's just instead of erasing, he or she just went over it a little more. So a lot of these, a lot of these darker marks, that's going to be for shadows, and it kind of suggests a little bit of shadow. So in your case, in here, you could have that like in the armpit where there's not going to be a whole lot of light usually, and that could be a good spot to have one of those darker marks, darker strokes, like behind here too. Whenever you have like a fold that you don't want to actually draw the outline of, you can just kind of suggest it this way on the inside here of the leg to suggest a little bit of shadow. Same thing here, shadow suggestion beneath the crotch here. We might have a bunch of folds. Can highlight that some more. Underneath the chin here, again, it's shadows essentially. So you're punching out the shadows, even though we're just working with lines. Like underneath the chair here, might have a little more shadow. Top of the legs. So it's gonna be that kind of stuff, So you have a lot of this. So heavy mark to represent just a crevice, the convergence of a bunch of folds, the convergence of a bunch of lines together, to indicate shadows. Did I say that already? And after that, you have kind of a brush stroke, maybe a few of them, kind of loose, and then you'll go again to another darker areas to again suggest something, and then that's basically it. So that's kind of like the anatomy of a brush stroke in that style. A little, that wouldn't work as well if it were on top of the leg. Why? Because under her butt, you can imagine there's probably a little bit of shadow. She's sitting on something. Not so much on top of the leg here, so that's why there's not a whole lot there. It's a lighter stroke. Same thing here on top of her head. Maybe there's light coming from above here, so the top of the head here is going to be just subtly highlighted, and then the back here underneath the hair, where there might be shadow because of the hair casting shadow on the neck, then that's where you're going to punch out the line. I think your pose here looks quite good. It's a nice drawing, very nice. And like you would know that, like I would still recommend that you start with just like a gesture, like a study of a gesture. Pretty loose, pretty rough, but try to get a lot of dynamism with very few lines. So if you had something like this, maybe tilt the head back some more, maybe pump the chest out even more, and the legs, and then try to get like a lot of gesture with just that, and then after that you can start to refine and add more details. Because in your case, maybe like the head's a little stiff, the neck's a little stiff. Like this feels more natural, like the the head kind of continuing the motion of the torso. A lot of that is gonna play a big part in natural poses. Would make a pose look feel dynamic, feel natural, not stiff. What looks stiff is when you break the flow of the body, when you break the flow of the, like, yeah. When you break those action lines, essentially. So now you have this nice continuous curve, feels relaxed. Everything's relaxed about her. Anyways, gonna move on. Hopefully that helped. Yeah, the question was more about the line work, so there you go, Warren. Moving on to Vika. My 1 year anniversary is coming up in June, and I wanted to make a before and after piece to celebrate. Help me pick an illustration on the left to make a glow up on. All three were done right before I started art school, and I actually consider them my best efforts. Not silly at all, but Jesus. Jesus, bro. Don't worry, Peyton. It's the end of the stream is always like that. So pick one, and I'll see if I learned my lesson with the piece on the right, and can bring one of the earlier ideas to that level. I want to see that too. The extra shininess here. Oh, yes. Ah, I like it. Man, that turned out so good. A little bit of warmth there. Slight piccolo. So, I mean, what remains consistent here is your ideas. Always cool. I said that one's too basic. I think let's find something that's a little more intense. Which one has potential to be the most epic? I think like this one, if you did something that's a little more dynamic, like your perspective that's more like this, like we're closer to the ground and we're looking up at the character more. Ooh, oh, that could look sick. This one less potential, I feel, because everything is kind of in the mid ground. Can't play with you can't make it as dynamic. My vote goes to number one, but I'm only one person. Maybe other people, maybe the other guys in here have something else in mind. I feel like in here you get a cool mix. See the characters my favorites anyway, so I have to go with that. The characters are featured most. Yeah, I like this one a lot. Oh, the calendar was part of this? Yeah, I was wondering. What is that? I see. Yeah, let's get that out of here. I was thinking that it just kind of ends here. Yeah, that's cool. There's a lot of that could look quite epic with this kind of treatment. Oh my Jesus. Yes, please. Yeah, Vika, just like Nico, you know. Really proud. But also, yeah, it's not like I did much. It's your dedication. It's how much practice you put into this. And the results just speak for themselves. What am I doing? Maybe. It's not a big deal. It's just every time I'm like, it's just a little dark. Just a little dark. Ah, that's so cool. I didn't notice that. The hand. Pop. Oh, just a good boy. Good rat. Yeah, damn. Damn, bruh. Oh no. Billy too? You guys all joined at the same time? So I decided today to share my 1-year anniversary progress. Oh man. Yeah, I'm not surprised here. Jesus, bro. Oh man, yeah, you crushed it with this. Hell yeah. Exactly what I had in mind. Il y a eu beaucoup de changements dans la dernière année. Produit plus d'œuvres dans les 12 derniers mois que dans les 2 dernières décennies. Bon, ce programme en school a été la meilleure décision. J'ai encore beaucoup de progrès devant moi, mais je travaille maintenant en tant qu'artiste professionnel, c'est qui était mon objectif initial. Je n'oublierai jamais tout ce que vous avez fait pour moi et j'espère un jour pouvoir vous repayer. Man, really well written. Pour l'instant, la meilleure façon que je connais pour vous remercier de continuer à travailler dur chaque jour. Hell yeah! Dude, that's awesome. So happy. And yeah, look at this progress. I mean, it was already good. It's nice graphic style, very bold shapes, bold colors, bold everything. But now it's refined, it's polished. It's technically way harder as well. 1 year. What the hell? Yeah, I've never improved this much in a year. Make me so proud. You guys. This is the best. Yeah. Oh man, that looks so good. So good. What would I do here? What would I change? Maybe, maybe I think it would be like if I had, you know, one feedback to give to this, I think it would be maybe a little bit more bounce light here, just to balance out the yellow. And like this one here, not triggering too much my pukey green and my pukey yellow PTSD, but maybe more blue. Like I like this tint here. I like that a lot. This one right there. I think I'll just do more of that instead. That's a really good match for that yellow. And then yeah, like maybe something here, a little bit of a bounce light maybe, because he's made out of metal anyways. That's too much. Yeah, something subtle, just a little bit of some reflections here. Although it's not really reflecting anything, huh? More like this matte metal finish. But there's some areas that I would brighten up. That's one of them here, and some details on that tree here. I wouldn't go to pure black. Instead, I would go the darker red, darker brown, darker brown, so that we can see it better. You can see those details, but yeah, I think the highlight here on along this edge here, I think that would help just separate him from the background, because it almost feels like he's got his foot on her head. Also, her gestures. Maybe that's the case. But it would make him feel a little higher off the ground. He had just a bit more air again. Between him and the other dudes down there. What I want to see, I want to see the tail. You know, like we can't really see that part too well, so it's just trying to bring that in. Either that, or maybe leaving it as dark as it is and then brightening up the tree back there. You know, the base of the tree might be receiving a little bit more light. Like if that was brighter, maybe that would do it. Yeah, anyways. Minor stuff. That piece is sick, dude. Love the background too. So good. But yeah, only at the 10 months mark. Still got a good amount of time to go. You're not done leveling up. Sami, I am doing good, Sami. Hope you're good too. So I spent this week doing this. I'm stuck and I'm not sure what else to add. Give me your expert insight. I want the emphasis to be on the mermaid, but for her to look powerful and mysterious, I've been doing my bounce light homework, so went absolutely bananas with it. Yeah, that looks quite good. Damn right it feels good. Damn right, Bruno. Like it's my birthday today. Christmas. I get the payoff all at once. It's a good day. Man, what the hell is going on in here? She's playing in yogurt? Glue? Yeah, I need some I need some graduation something. Art veteran badge. Well, that looks really cool. Takes a while to understand what you're looking at, but then you understand that, yeah, that's why it took a while, because this is just a weird painting. That's normal. That's how it is. So is she like, is that white? Is her hair kind of like the canvas itself? Just creating the world. Super cool. Yeah, if anything, in here, like the first thing that that stood out is just maybe how bright everything is. Almost at her expense. Like she tends to recede maybe a little too much in the composition as a result. So maybe darkening some of that stuff here, or at least like creating more like gradients. So perhaps like the bottom here is a little darker and it gets brighter as it comes higher, making this feel more like a volume. You know, right now it feels more like some special effects that really don't have mass. Shading this more as it's an actual, more like a solid. I mean, that's not the right tool, not the right color, but just trying here. See how much I can push this, how dark I can get this before I completely ruin it. Oops. Of course, I'm not using it separately here. And so all that we took out from the background, like I would apply back onto her, because it looks pretty bright in here, and I like that idea. Having all her body kind of lit up from all this effects surrounding her. Yeah, I think I would just push that even more. Probably light up like the center of the body here because we can't really see a whole lot in this area. It's kind of cool that the ground is all bright, so maybe you can keep that. Maybe you do the opposite. So like the bottom here is brighter, almost like the ground is brighter, and these things get away from the light, and so they get darker when they reach higher. Yeah, it's the first one of the day where I'm like, nah, this change doesn't really help. I definitely like that we can see her better. But yeah, the background. Maybe. My beef with this image is that there's too much contrast and it's overwhelming. So it's a delicate balance to kind of kill the contrast to a certain point without ruining kind of the like the firework effect that that you get when you see this. That's a tricky one. Tricky. If it were me, you know, like what I would do with this is I would make the character brighter, like something about her brighter, so maybe the hair is brighter. And the hair would probably be the light source. So it'd be kind of like the brightest part here. And then all that stuff here, I wouldn't use white at all. So instead it would just be kind of this goo, like this sludge thing. More like slime. That doesn't emit any kind of light. It's just like it would have kind of blue highlights because of her hair that's glowing. That would be kind of like my go-to default kind of solution for something like this, if it were me. Focusing on a color rather than their values to attract attention to the focal point. And then it would be just a lot of work, you know, to kind of work the highlights on all of that stuff here. Reflecting the light of the hair. It's just, yours has a nice, you know, wow effect initially. It's just, it feels more like an abstract painting, like successful abstract painting. But when you look at it closely, I find myself always avoiding the characters. It's just too dark in contrast to the rest. And I only look at the bright spot, like the bright twirly things around her. So I'm stalling here, but yeah, I would rearrange that. Rearrange the priorities. Like it creates a different painting for sure. I mean, maybe at the bottom here, that could be brighter again. You could maybe get that brightness back in here. Like she's almost like coming out of the lights or something like that. But yeah, I would adjust the priorities, adjust the order, just so that she is number one. She stands out the most, and everything else is less than her. That helps. Tricky one. Ooh, Curtis. So I've had a very unproductive week. So here are some studies I did a couple weeks ago. I'm not really sure what is going on, but I just haven't felt good about any of the work I've done this week. My gestures all feel really stiff, and everything just feels so uninspired. Have you ever felt this way for extended periods of time? If so, how did you fix it? You don't need to spend much time on this. Just wanted to ask if you had any advice. I feel like I'm kind of going through that right now. You know, I haven't been posting much for months, since the beginning of the year actually. The only thing that keeps me productive is just the occasional studies that I do, that I force myself to do every week. But it's nothing creative, it's just studies. And yeah, like the art that I do for the YouTube videos every week. Thank God I have that, otherwise I probably wouldn't do anything. So, or maybe that's not true. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's the culprit. Maybe that's what's making me... Maybe that's what's killing my joy. But yeah, no, I understand exactly what you're talking about here. You know, when you don't, especially when it's you that doesn't feel good about the art, so it's not so much of a motivation thing, but it's more like a, yeah, like you're bummed out, you know, like you create something, you're like, and like when you associate that feeling over and over and over to art, it's like, do you really want to have to go sit down, or do you really want to go sit down and likely feel like that again? If that was the case the last time, and the one before that, and the one before that, and then yeah, slowly but surely, like you start to take more distance, and it gets way harder to get back into it. So, so we gotta solve this right now. So, uninspired. A big part of this, you know, will have to do with kind of losing maybe that's the spark that got you creative in the first place. So the things that trigger you to be creative, what makes you want to sit down and draw. You know, like, oh, that's so cool, and then you're like, I need to do something similar, and then you start drawing. And it's very important to get to learn what that is for you. So, you know, what made you an artist in the first place? So what did you want to draw? Was it like TV shows that you really liked that really got you inspired? Is it just watching like some websites maybe that have a lot of cool art that you that maybe you're not browsing as much now? Maybe it's maybe yeah, you don't have time to watch the shows that you used to like, and that was like a huge source of inspiration that you don't have anymore. And maybe it didn't seem that way, but it was in fact that way. Maybe it's maybe it's just too much studies, you know, like too much stuff that's not in your comfort zone, and so everything feels more of a challenge, more of a struggle to accomplish anything, like to go through a painting from start to finish. If you're constantly running into these walls that you're like bam, bam, like knocking your head against that throughout the process, non-stop, back to back, because you're trying to tackle something that's maybe not in your comfort zone, then that can create that kind of stuff. It certainly has for me in the past. And so yeah, going back to things that are more like your bread and butter, the stuff that you feel more comfortable about, that you know is less of a challenge, and therefore you can push it some more, you know, push it more than you would something that's a little newer, maybe like a newer notion that you don't have as much control over yet. Yeah, and trying different things too. Sometimes that helps. You know, if it feels stiff, maybe you do that already. But yeah, looking at like how other artists do it, like see them work. That's sometimes something that really gets your motivation going, because you're like, maybe you were doing it a certain way and then you get a certain result, and it's expected, and it's, you know, maybe not really what you want, but then you see somebody else do something slightly different maybe, and then you're like, oh, I love this result, I love this a lot. And then it's like a tiny trick like this that you pick up seeing other people work, and things that you can usually apply right away, and maybe that changes things enough for you. Maybe it's the process also, like changing the process, changing the different steps that you go through. Maybe starting like mixing things up, like not touching lines at all. Maybe going straight into shapes, you know. So don't use a line art brush like this. Instead, go something like that and start working on shapes. Or maybe try a different medium, like sculpting, you know, with your hands. Yeah, because it's pretty easy to get in the rut, you know, in art, especially if you're trying to grow like that. That's the maximum amount of danger to get in the rut, to get into kind of like an art block. When you're trying to grow fast, because then you're trying to cram a lot of stuff in your head, and that's not comfortable. And then if you don't massage your brain properly, you know, the right amount and with the right moves, it just taps out after a while. Like, I've had enough. That's too much for me, bro. So yeah, a couple of things to keep in mind. Give it a shot. Try changing some things, and hopefully that helps. Let me know. Moving on. Yeah, especially when you have like work on top of everything. Although, like, for me it was a little weird, because when I was working, being forced to not work on what I want to work on was a huge pull for me. Like, I would spend all day working on, you know, especially like the first job I got in the industry. It was a lot of like environment stuff and just production art. You know, it's not as exciting as personal art, just because it's not all you. It comes from, there's a lot of other inputs and whatever. So I would work all day and then come home and then feel super energized to work on my own stuff. Like, finally, I don't have all these constraints anymore. I can do whatever I want. But if it's just a matter of not having enough time, then yeah, that's a problem. That really kills your mood. Whether it's school, whether it's work, just personal life, just like relationships, you know, all that stuff. We're fragile creatures. We gotta always massage our psychological approach to anything. Especially when the goal is to grow, to improve. The second that something goes against that, it's like, oh, feels bad. Greg, so I've been practicing gesture and reference studies as per your recommendation. I'm currently struggling to create less static poses with foreshortening and implied motion. Particularly, some of the mental math regarding perspective has been a major challenge. The first piece is my most recently completed artwork. Then the other piece is what I'm currently working on. What do you think these pieces are lacking? Let's see. Yeah, I don't think it's Facebook though, because everybody else submits on Facebook, you know, and like that was on Facebook, I think. Was it? Most of these are. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Why is it so small? Why is the quality so bad? I mean, it's not bad, I can still see it, but it's just the text is a little blurry. No big deal. The lines here is pretty clear. Yeah, maybe it was too big. Maybe the file was way too big and Facebook had to compress the crap out of it. Maybe. uploaded from the iPad. Maybe that causes that. I've seen this happen sometimes when I upload from the phone. The resolution is going to be smaller just because it considers like it's trying to save bandwidth or something. And so the phone is going to compress it. Or maybe it's Facebook that compresses it differently if it comes from a phone. Not sure. But yeah, if you upload from the computer, you shouldn't have that problem at all. Now that you mention it, that's probably it. So, yeah, so perspective, like I wouldn't, I would try to get that out of your concern jar, and keep things more simple. Like for most characters that you draw here, unless, never mind, no, that applies to everything. For most characters that you're gonna draw, just imagine like a basic grid in no particular perspective, like a like just 2-point perspective is good enough. You don't need more than that. Actually, it could even be like orthographic. So considering that this is just like a box that she would be in, just try to imagine the grid on the ground, just so that you know where her feet needs to be like planted. That's it. So you know, is the grid like this? Is it like angled this way, or is it more flat like the one I have here? If that's the case, it still doesn't quite match. Maybe something more like this. Maybe. And the reason I said this is because it's a lot easier to ground your characters on something like this. So all you have to think about are ellipses. So let's say you have the same ground here. You know, to trace an ellipse fitting in here, it's gonna look something like that, more or less. And all you have to do for your feet is consider that your feet here at the toes have another ellipse, just a smaller one. It's the same one, exactly the same one, just smaller. The same thing for the heel here. So you end up with 2 ellipses, but you just have to match with that one here. So if your ellipses for feet are like too narrow, then you can kind of tell, that doesn't fit. It should really be just like this one here, but smaller. And so you do that for heel and toes. Now you can kind of draw your foot properly planted on the ground. And then of course, like you wouldn't start with the foot. That's a dumb way to work, but when it comes to time to planting your character on the ground, like you would just draw her like she's floating, and then at the end you're like, all right, let's plant her like she's actually running. Then you can do something like that. Start thinking about that then. There we go. That's much bigger. Yeah, but yeah, think of it as just that, you know, it doesn't need to be like a full environment or anything like that. Just as long as this fits, as long as this feels good, as long as the foot feels like it's touching something, pushing against something, if she's floating, that's something else, obviously, but that doesn't require much more than a small grid here, just around the foot, that's it. That's how I think about it, and it's always worked. So I recommend it. That one feels pretty good. That one feels pretty well grounded. You can always kind of imagine the ellipses here on the feet. And if you can draw a small ellipse here for the front of her foot, then that's also going to be the same ellipse that marks the ground that she's on. So regardless of the angle, it doesn't matter. It could be like this. Whatever, as long as the ellipse remains the same. Yeah, she totally feels like she would would fit no problem on something like that. That was the ground. She was riding a flying carpet. I could see it. So, I hope you use reference here. Because poses, just like anything else, just like design, just like anatomy, we start with nothing in our heads, and we just need to look, to observe a lot, to to collect, to build up like a collection of poses that you can then kind of pull later to draw from imagination. But initially, any pose should have a reference. Like, I'm guessing those are based on reference. Pretty dynamic. It's hard to do. This one too. I think this one here. I would really be curious to see the reference for this one leg here. I mean, it's really hard to open your legs this much and still stand. And also like the shading here on the cloth, on the fabric, not really selling it too much. So you would want to shade that properly, the same as you would if it was just a leg, if there was no fabric. So let's say this is round, so almost like treating it like a cylinder. So we would start with that and then kind of adjust the folds around. But just so that it feels like there's something pushing against the fabric, and so that we can more easily kind of imagine the volume of the leg underneath. Probably that's the only thing. I was gonna say the hips look a little weird, but I think it's just the shading. The shading that was kind of creating this illusion. Yeah, that works. That works. She looks very good otherwise. It's just that this green spot here is pretty dominant. It's not found anywhere else. If there was more fabric somewhere else, I think that might help. Or maybe if it was a little more wild, maybe it's the pattern here that's creating this added weight to the visual element. Maybe all that's darker. You can't see as much. But in general, whenever you work on characters, try not to have colors that are unique anywhere, unless it's around the focal point, unless like you're really using that as a way to attract attention. Like this is pretty unique, it stands out a lot at any scale. You're like, oh yeah, that's the green ball right here, can't miss it. But if you had maybe like some green pads here, some green boots, some green, I don't know, sash, some green hat. Now suddenly, where do you look at? It's kind of everywhere. It doesn't stand out as much. And so for something that needs to stand out, it's good. It's good that it doesn't stand out. It's good that it does stand out. but something that should not stand out, like just a piece of cloth like this, then yeah, I would try to carry that somewhere else. Maybe adding a little bit of green here, just so that it's not unique, because the rarity makes it stand out. And the pose, you know, one thing that I'm noticing, I think it's probably just this foot here that's creating a slight discomfort in the pose, because the front of the leg, you know, that's her hip bone right here, hip. That's the front of the leg, and then, you know, the knee would be kind of more on the inside here, and then to twist the leg outwards this way feels a little uncomfortable, maybe. Like I would imagine that would be more like that. That might be like a stronger, more stable pose. That works too. It's just, it's more to imagine. It's more that we have to imagine because this is hidden, you know, so we can't really see the knee as well, and so that makes it a harder pose to kind of see, kind of feel. Really cool otherwise. Nice shading, nice direction to the lighting in here. Got the colors, good balance of color. And she looks great too. I think the main issue is kind of the what I was saying to somebody else earlier. Who was it? It was like the neck not following the motion of the torso. You know, it's almost like when you run, your head always goes like this, you know, first, and that just, it follows the motion of the body, follows the curve, the natural curve of the body, and so, but if you're running forward and then your head always stays like this, like your torso goes back, but your head stays forward. It's a little weird always, because it does something that's unexpected. And so maybe if we just adjust the head here. What the? Why? Stop it. The torso is going this way. Might feel more natural from this angle, but then that completely ruins the pose. It's tricky, but you have to imagine the neck in here. I think that line here, flow of the body needs to continue into the neck, and then the head kind of just follows. That would give her enough room for the neck to exist, to continue following that kind of curve here. Yeah, I think that position would work maybe a little better. And then the back arm here is a little too stiff. So to have both arms like this, because usually your arms, especially when you're running, you know, they exist mostly to maintain your balance. So if one is doing something, the other one would kind of just be there to compensate, to offset the change in balance. So the way that I see it is, unless the character is static, usually that's not a hard rule, but usually I'll recommend that you have one hand that's a little bit looser, especially when you're in motion, you know, just to make it feel like there's no flexing other than the legs kind of just running forward. So if she's doing something, then the other one should be a little bit more relaxed, just there to kind of maintain the balance. So like the fist, if you want the fist, then it would be kind of like this one that should be more relaxed. And like having the fingers grip like this, definitely not relaxed. If she were more... like if she was more like charging up, you know, so that the hand kind of just whatever, and she's about to punch, then that's good. Like then this arm is more relaxed, just there to, again, to offset the balance, to make sure that she doesn't fall. If she's about to like cast a spell or shove somebody in the face, then that arm in the back I think would need to be more relaxed. Kind of like going back there and then... a little too elegant, but... you know, so one or the other kind of thing. Okay, so she, all right. So if she's about to punch with that hand, then yeah, that makes more sense. So just this one hand should be much more relaxed. So if you crank out a punch, then you know, like your entire torso rotates, and then that brings the other arm along with it, and so. Like you wouldn't punch like this, you know, with both arm extended. That's very uncomfortable. And so if this one goes back, then that arm goes forward, and then you do the reverse movement to punch. That goes in front, and the other shoulder goes back. So yeah. I have this hand like very relaxed. Maybe like something like this, like she's about to. Yeah, like no flex in the fingers, no flex in the hand too much. Maybe a fist, like a loose fist. But right now it feels more like she's like Iron Man posing, you know, like I'm about to charge, I'm about to blast you in the face. That helps. Energy shield, yeah, but the energy shield should still be more relaxed. Like she's it's more like one action can convey all the actions, you know, so you have to pick which one is it. Either she's about to punch and then she's about to unleash something, or she's blocking and she's not punching yet, you know, she's like cranking out her punch. In that case, maybe she can block more, but she can't really block and be about to punch at the same time. It's just very feels stiff, you know, feels very unnatural. Poses are tricky. So what's up, Calvin? So pose a piece of Yone from League of Legends. Which areas of the painting need to be improved? Overall, I think contrast. So it's very flat. And that's mostly easy to fix, I would say. Let's try with levels. And the reason I say this is because the moon is shining behind him, so it would be pretty bright out. Yet he doesn't seem like he's, you know, in any, like he seems pretty bright too. So almost like there's a light in front of him, illuminating him for some reason. So let's try to make the brighter colors pop some more. Make the darker colors a little darker. Before and after, like maybe that's too intense, but more. I think now that makes it a lot more obvious. Like, ooh, this feels washed out suddenly. So a little extra contrast. That helps a lot already. Actually, that was quite nice. And then the moon itself, you know, what happens when you have a light source that's behind you, same as it happens to me right now. It creates kind of like this rim here. Even if the light's not that strong, it's gonna bounce off of your skin, of the surface of the body here, and will land right in our eyes, like doing, right in our eyeball. And so you're gonna get, if you have a strong light source behind you, you're always going to get those rim lights here. So things like this, that's gonna be everywhere that's kind of facing the same direction as the light source. Some here as well. The further away from the light source, you know, the least intense that effect is pronounced. But and then why stop here? Let's make that big moon glow a bit. Glow, glow, glow. And then for all the areas here that are kind of in the shadows, you can cool them down a bit. It's at night after all. Light blue. There you go. So now you have a contrast between the warmer skin tones facing the moon, and then the opposite side that is in the shadows. I like that shiny chest muscle. It's well oiled up. Cooler color here for the highlights. I don't know, man. Already looks kind of cool. It was a really nice painting. So it has a really strong base, good foundation. So that's for presentation overall, kind of just adjusting a little bit of post-processing, not too much to do. And then yeah, when it comes to the anatomy, maybe that'd be the other parts we could point out. So like the shoulder here feels a bit flat. You go clavicle here. There. Shoulder probably stick out a bit more here. Curve of the arm, be pretty flat here where the bicep is. And then get a little wider. That's the forearm. Just adjusting a bit the silhouette. And then kind of adjusting the values everywhere else. So the contrast everywhere else. So you know it goes pretty dark in here. It's dark outside, so all of this would be quite dark too. And certainly like in between these folds here, probably no light will be able to escape from there. So you could definitely like punch these out, make them a lot darker. Same thing here in between. between some of these segments, these sections. Probably go a little darker. Probably the same thing here, unless these are like glowing. Maybe not. Maybe not if they're glowing. Yeah, a little bit of ambient occlusion everywhere. Essentially just playing with lights. So yeah, and here against the lights, maybe we can warm this up even more for extra yumminess. But that's it. So just adjusting the lighting, contrast also, but values mostly. Well, that helps. Looks super cool. It's like this hidden gem, hidden with all the saturated colors, and just tweak those colors a bit, and then suddenly, there it is. It revealed himself. Hope that helps Callan. There we go. All right, 3 to go. Sasha, need some more interaction with secondary effect light flame from eyes, reflection on face guard, and nearby glitzy bits. Well, if you wanna go into the details, then hells yeah. Yeah, that kind of stuff here, super cool. I'll stop here, never mind. Let's keep going. Laura. So, drawing clothes and folds in different fabrics is one of my greatest weaknesses. I had something to say, I forgot. I blacked out for a second. Not blacked out, but... anyways, I always have trouble with it. Today, I did the assignment of term 3 and tried to draw some clothes on top of the models. I spent around 2 hours on it in total. I don't think it looks realistic, but then also it was my first attempt. Oh no. It looks a lot better than you think. What's just a little bit off is exactly what I was mentioning to Callan. It's just the darker areas where there's no light that can escape. Just add a little bit of that, because right now, it almost feels like your fabric is glowing, because you see the hand here, like a dark shadow here all along the silhouette, and then that shadow's gone. Why would it be gone? The only explanation is that the shirt is glowing. So that would still be there, and it would definitely be in the folds here, in between here, in the deeper folds of the fabric, where the light can't escape. So just darkening some of these that you already had, not adding anything new here. The shirt, casting a little bit of shadow onto the rest of the pants, whatever's underneath here, and the pants themselves, some of these deeper folds there. Jeans pretty opaque, kind of block all the lights. Here the fly, the zipper, it's a little darker, and the tiny folds here, no light can escape. Maybe that's a little too dark here, but whatever. Here, the seam here might be darker. pants fold. And suddenly, look at this. Damn it. Again. On the same layer. I'm just highlighting some of those deeper folds. It looks great. It looks really good because your folds are nice. Like all of that makes sense. I would say maybe like some of these here where you get like the same three, you know, kind of like a pattern of folds. Here you get the three again. Here you get the three again. I try to vary those. The three. Damn trios everywhere. Yeah, just, you know, break these up. Maybe have one that's bigger and like a smaller one, or two big ones and a tiny one, or two tiny ones and a big one. Whatever, as long as it's not the same. As long as you can't spot a pattern. Oh, I forgot it's around the neck here. A little darker. But yeah, other than that, you crushed it. This looks dope. Highlights are all in the right spots. Yeah, I am sold here. Yeah, maybe like the ends of the jeans here, it could go a little darker because it's kind of going away from us. Same thing here with this part of the pants. Maybe a little darker. But yeah, mostly it's all there. It's just some minor adjustments to the values. Very nice. Very nice, that one. These folds here. Wow, that was good. Yeah, same deal with this one. So she's also got the glowy fold syndrome and the glowy fabric. Darken some of that stuff and remove kind of like the patterns here again. 3. Darken some of these folds, make them feel like they're deeper. All of this is very believable to me. So yeah, you're talking nonsense. These are great. It's just a small adjustments to the values. You know, again, you know, look how dark, you know, this gets compared to the butt cheek here. It's pretty bright. That's pretty damn dark in comparison. And so you just want to do the same thing here. The same relationship between the highlights and the darker values. So the top of the knee, or the tip of the knee might be a little bit darker here to follow that. And then yeah, there you go. It looks great. That's it. You're much better than anything. This is really good. Is this Ryan? I'll get to you. Get back to you on Monday, probably. So don't worry, it's still happening. So I have been well, right? Hope you too. Wanted to say thanks again for stopping by. It was a crazy night, so I have been working on it. Rocket Girl, super late, but hopeful I can really make this one pop with enough work and using some old work to remind myself how far I've come. Can you give me any advice on getting this rendering a bit better? Maybe all my lights should have a blue hue if I'm going for cool lights, warm shadows. Let's see. Not that it's about drawing, but technical level is through the roof. So to make it pop and advice, getting the rendering better rendering. See you later, Sasha. Thanks for hanging out. Almost done here. Only one left after this. Yeah. All right, Ryan. Number one, always make the silhouette pop from the background. That should always be like throughout the whole process. Even if you're like, I'm not done yet, I'll do that later. No, do it right now. So here, like, we lose a lot of it just makes it hard for you to see what you're painting. And I don't want you to get used to seeing it this way, and then just getting used to it and never changing it. So here, very simple. We can just, well, it's mostly red, so let's go with a super desaturated greenish blue. Make the back here pop a little bit. That makes sense too. She's gonna have like thrusters and stuff. That's gonna be bright, probably. And now her silhouette pops a lot more. So as a temporary one, as a temporary background, that's better. That's horrendous. I mean, it's a complicated piece. So like this would be hard for anybody. Nobody would look at this and be like, it's gonna be a walk in the park. Easy. Like I would find this struggling too. I would struggle a little bit. So I think the best that you could do here is tackle the process a little differently. So don't try to jump steps too quickly. So I would focus on I don't know how clean your line art was, but if that was clean, I'll focus on just the shading first. Make sure that in itself could be like the final result. And when you're like, oh yeah, this grayscale looks sick, then you can move on to colors, like flat colors on top of a grayscale. That's sick, should already look pretty damn good, and almost like anything else that you add on top of that should just make it better and better and better. And here your shading is not quite there yet. I think that's mostly it. Like in some of this is really well shaded, but some other areas more rough, more loose still. I would solve that right now instead of and like remove the color layer for now, remove the lights layer for sure, and then make sure that you treat them as layers so that it's step by step. You're not like just doing all of it all at once, because that's the recipe for disaster. You want to break this up, break the process up. And so yeah, for something like this, like the arm here, you have a little bit of shading there, sure, but I would push that some more. Maybe in between the arm and that little gauntlet, there's a bit of bit of light loss. Maybe that's gonna be slightly darker here. Maybe back there, you lose a little bit of light as well onto the arm. Unless there's a light source behind here, in which case you would add that back when you work on the highlights, or when you work on the highlights, the lighting. Meanwhile, ignore any highlights. Just shade this as if it's just like ambient occlusion. Same thing here, ignoring the highlights, not the highlights, ignoring the lights. Just focusing on the values, grayscale values. And then once that's solid, then you can move on to the rest. And the lights, you know, applying the lights should be at the very last, because that's hard. And then sometimes, you know, maybe you'll try this from this angle, it doesn't work. From that angle, it doesn't work. And it's on its own layer anyway, so you know that should always come last. I wouldn't worry about it just yet. You know, just finish polishing this some more. Just get the render to a point where it could stand on its own, and then add the lights. So here maybe it's a little darker right there. Back here it's a little darker too. Making those arms feel a little bit more 3D. Now it's all gray. It's all nasty, but you know, imagine this is grayscale. There's no colors. Oops. What have I done? No. There we go. So once again, ignoring the highlights, focusing just on the shadows, on the shading, on how the materials look, where the shadows should be. If something is metallic, if something is more plasticky. And then I would stop on the colors after that. And just bring back the colors that you already had. Then the lights, and then the final touch-ups. Because you have a really good base here, you know. It's just the process a little bit rushed, and it's normal. It's really hard to not rush, really hard. But try it. I think you'll be pleased with the result. Yeah, and like breaking down even further than that, you know, almost treat it like material per material. So maybe you're just doing the skin right now. So just focus on the skin. Everything else, kind of just ignore it. Make sure that the skin looks good. That the values of the skin make sense. I like going away. The top of the leg here, maybe a little brighter. Just looking at the values of your skin, nothing else. And then after that, maybe look at all the metals and then all the plastics, all the painted metals. One by one, shading them the way that they should, with the properties that they should have, and then bring back the rest. The house. Man, I'm so hungry. Oh, I could eat. I could eat a whole. Never mind. I'm never that hungry. I always do this and then I, you know, eat like 2 bites and then I'm full. So, but it feels like I could eat a whole person. And then Ryan, the other Ryan, the vacation Ryan. Always chilling somewhere different in the world, enjoying yourself. Alright, so I created this piece for the pinup challenge. What you think? The references are located on the right hand side. I think it looks amazing, but I feel as though I am missing a final touch. What would you add to make this to make this more eye-grabbing? And below is a list of things that I thought of. More dynamic lighting. Oui. Better background. Oui. More items that bring character to her. More items that bring character to her image. Yeah, it could be like I don't think like it should be that much, but maybe yeah, like just accessories, you know, like stuff that most girls would have. Bracelets, necklaces, earrings, stuff in the hair, you know, like maybe like some hair ties, maybe something sticking out of her pocket, like her cell phone, you know, like sticking out here. She got like a big iPhone Max. Yeah, but you know, not as much as the rest. And then more dynamic pose. Yeah, maybe. If she's flying, especially. If she's not flying, then her pose kind of works, but maybe. There you go. It's a little bit more dynamic already. Just kind of offsetting, and all I did was just offset this stuff here. If the hips go in one direction, shoulders go in the other. And following the spine here into the head. So the head tilt now I think makes a little more sense. But yeah, all the first two though, yes, definitely. And also like the way that I kind of moved her, deformed her body parts, I think that helped fix another small issue that was the composition, where she's not quite in the center, a little too much on the left, or the right I should say. More centered, better. Yeah, so for the background, it's just like this whole piece feels very very warm because of the background, also just the color that she's wearing. They're already pretty warm, you know, like orange. Her jeans are kind of like this warm navy blue. So yeah, it's really just a color to kind of break that. It could be just in the horizon, maybe introducing an extra little gradients. Orange and teal, always nice together. Always a cool mix. Maybe slightly more desaturated. I mean, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but maybe it's the other way around. Maybe down here, it's like clouds and some smog, and then up here it's the clear sky. But a little blue, I think, really helps make this pop a lot more, and especially if that blue is behind her, makes her pop quite a bit because she's really warm. And also, you know, just the fact that you have a little bit of purple here in your color suggests that there would be some of that color somewhere in the scene, mostly probably in the sky somewhere. So like a darker like sunset sky, a little bit of purple and darker blues. Or maybe she's like against the wall. It's like a brick wall. That's the sky. But all of this to say that yes, background, a little bit of a blue in the background, something that's not flat, something that's not too warm. I think that's gonna complement this quite well. Some clouds in the back behind the wall. Completely change the, maybe if she was flying, then disregard all of that. But and then lights, of course. Right now the lights is a little bit more ambiguous. It's not really clear like where it's. I mean, it looks like the sun is kind of shining towards her, you know, in her direction. Yeah, you could add like a rim light. That could look cool. Or you can make that main light source just a little bit more intense. Just so that the highlights that you have on here pop even more. No, thank you. Yeah, no, that's bright enough. Yeah, easiest. It's probably just rim lights. Shoo. You know, something like that. I think, yeah. Extra highlights would be nice. Just makes it pop more. Maybe now it's too blue. Can make that shirt pop some more. Bring back the orange. Yeah. A few ideas. I mean, there's many things that you could do, but definitely, you know, clearer highlights, not highlights, clearer lights. Keep saying highlights all day. Clearer lights, definitely. A background, something more interesting, something that's not all warm. Although, if you go heavy on the blue rim lights, maybe the background could be warmer. You know, maybe that'd be enough. So if you took out like the sky right now, yeah, maybe. But definitely more blue, just more coolness in there to balance it out, because it's quite warm otherwise. The house. I am gonna tap out for the day because we've reached the end. We did it. 7 hours, not too bad. The usual. So hope that was helpful, guys. Had a lot of feelings. A lot of good feelings. Felt good today. So yeah, you guys are get back to your homework, Peyton. What are you doing? Sitting through 7 hours. But yeah, I appreciate it, you guys. It's always more fun. And I hope some of this, even though it might have not been directed at you, hope some of that helped still. And yeah, I had like I said, a good day. A lot of really good art and crazy progress. Really happy to see all that. And yeah, damn. So now I'm gonna go eat and have a good night's sleep a little bit later. Thanks for hanging. I hope to see you guys next week as well. And I hope you have a good rest of your weekend and a good creative week ahead of you. And we'll be back next week for more art feedback. See you guys next time.